We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
Out of COP28, out of this next summit, we need governments to come forward, to work with each other.
Making sure that at COP we have a declaration on the full phase out of fossil energy. Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
Welcome to day 7 of the We Don't Have Time COP28 Climate Hub, live from American University here in DC. I am Anne-Therese Gennari, also known as the Climate Optimist, and I am so excited to be your host here today. I feel like so far this COP has been interesting, with a fair share of both optimism and frustration. We now have a loss and damage fund, which is exciting, a huge win, but the committed capital is only 0.2% of what's actually needed, so more work to be done there. It's great to see that oil companies are committed to phasing out methane emissions by 2030, but how about carbon emissions? Again, a lot more work to be done. However, regardless if we feel optimistic or frustrated about these COPs, we have to remember there's still so much positive work happening all over around the world, and I am excited to dive into a lot of that work here today. The first 6 days of the COP28 Climate Hub was broadcasted live from Stockholm and Dubai. And so far we have covered topics like gender, fair trade, finance, green energy, cities, transportation, climate justice, and much more. We have also launched our AI-powered Future Voices campaign that turned youth activists into older versions of themselves to see if that would make world leaders more likely to listen. So let's have a short look at what that campaign looks like.
This is transmission attempt 81.
My name is Sam, and I'm speaking to you from the year 2050. Now, climate change is accelerated, and the impact is felt daily. Rising sea levels, scorching heat waves, raging wildfires, hurricanes and droughts displacing millions. No one is safe. No one is unaffected. Everyone suffers. But this is not a distant scenario, because all of this is actually happening right now. The choices world leaders
make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
Cut.
Nice. Do you think they'll listen to this?
Yeah, I look like an old man.
If you want to learn more about this campaign and also support our pledge to demand world leaders to both phase out and put an end date to fossil fuels, visit futurevoices.wedon'thavetime.org. And now I'm excited to welcome on stage Shannon Hayter, the Dean of the School of International Services here at American University, for some opening remarks. Thank you.
Great. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to American University School of International Service, or SIS, as we call ourselves. We are so thrilled to be here partnering with our American University's CC, or Center for Environment and Community Equity. And we don't have time to broadcast from our beautiful campus about halfway through the COP28 climate negotiations in Dubai. Now, SIS is a unique international affairs school with the term service in our name. And that's because our students, our alumni, serve humanity throughout their work in public and private sectors. We have staff and faculty who are committed to work that makes real impact in the real world on climate, We have faculty working on so many areas of climate and environmental justice, including but not limited to the effects of climate-induced migration, the role of climate activism in climate action, the nexus between climate and agriculture, climate and health, the climate impacts of trade on the needs of communities from Bangalore, India, to across the world, opportunities and challenges associated with removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and how to build peace through environmental action. So the word action is really key for us. Climate change is one of the most profound challenges humanity has ever faced, and we at SIS are committed to making sure we're equipping leaders of tomorrow with the knowledge and skills they'll need to make decisions that will result in equity and justice. So I'm very excited to hear from our distinguished guests and also to see our faculty and students in action today. Thank you to everyone for being here. It's getting on finals week, so we're going to have students wandering in and out throughout our broadcasting, I'm sure. And thank you, of course, for everyone who is online. A warm welcome to our online global audience. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce the next person who's going to lead us into a series of discussions, Dr. Tom Snetch. Now, Tom is one of our illustrious American University alumni. He is a double eagle, having gotten both his master's and his PhD here at SIS, and a graduate degree in Japanese from Reitako University. He sits on our SIS Dean's Board of Advisors, but importantly, he serves as the chairman of the U.S. Board of Advisors of our partner today, We Don't Have Time. And so Tom is really what brought together this partnership. This is our second year in a row being able to broadcast live as part of the COP. And so we're really thrilled to have him here. Over nearly 50 years in Washington, D.C., Tom has held senior positions at NASA, at the Department of State, at the National Academy of Sciences, as well as C-suite level positions in a number of Fortune 100 companies in both the U.S. and Japan. He has dedicated much of his off time to universities, leadership boards, and education and advising. So, and I know personally, he is so committed to the climate issue and climate action that it's just a thrill to have you here to host our panel.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And welcome to SIS. As the dean said, I'm a very, very proud double eagle of American University. And in looking back over almost 50 years in Washington, I can honestly say the best years of my life were spent in this place because it taught me how to think. And it taught me how to think critically about very hard global issues. So to kick this off today, I'm going to ask you a very hard question. And you don't have to answer right now, but I want you to think about it. And I want you to think about the most impactful book that you have ever read that has caused you to think about the climate, the environment, world politics in a critical way to provide you with insights. And to help you with that, I'm going to tell you the book that was most influential to me. This was asked at a conference a few years ago. We went around the table and someone said, well, it's Aristotle. And then someone said, no, mine was Darwin. And another guy said, mine was Einstein. And I said, well, before I answer, since I've been carrying this paper in my pocket for almost 50 years, could I read the first paragraph of the most impactful book I've ever read about how I think? And the moderator said, sure. So if you will indulge me, I'll read 8 sentences to you. Here is Edward Bear coming down the stairs now. Bump, bump, bump on the back of his head behind Christopher Robin. It is, as far as he knows, the only way of coming down the stairs. But sometimes he feels that there really is another way. If only he could stop bumping for a moment, maybe he could think about it. And then he says, well, perhaps there isn't. Anyhow, he's now at the bottom, and we're ready to be introduced to you, Winnie the Pooh. And people looked at me and said, Winnie the Pooh, are you crazy? And I said, well, there's 3 things I've learned here. Number 1, if you're working on a problem or an activity, bump, 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 and your head hurts, find another way. Find another way to do that. The second sentence he says is, as far as I know, this is the only way of coming down the stairs. We've always done it this way. Therefore, maybe there is another way. That's what's called the null hypothesis. And in science and in good social science, we look to disprove the null. And we look to find out and say, well, okay, he came down with his foot being dragged down the steps. Maybe there isn't another way to come down the steps. Well, we can disprove the null very quickly, because I can take a running dive off this stage and go down the steps head first, right? Or you could sit on a railing and go down the steps. Now, that might have its own consequences when you get to the bottom, of course, but we've already shown that there is another way. So when people come to me and say, well, Tom, we can't do this. Why? Well, we've always done it this way. That's not going to work. All right, we've got to think of better ways to do it. And finally, point 3, we've got to think about different ways of failure or not getting the right answer the first time. Again, I think people become wedded to certain solution sets because they're afraid of failure. And I will remind you of a famous encounter Thomas Edison had, when he was trying to invent the filament for the light bulb. And he went through hundreds of different types of elements that didn't work. And some guy came into the lab one day there and said, Edison, you ought to give up on this. You're never going to make this happen. You have failed 1,000 times. And he said, no, I haven't failed 1,000 times. I've been successful. I found 1,000 things that didn't work. And sometimes I think that's how we should maybe put things when we look at the climate and the environment and world situations of, we're not necessarily failing. Maybe we're not thinking about the best way of coming down the steps. Maybe our heads hurt too much and we need to sit down and take a break for a minute and think about another way. Or maybe we just have to say, let's think about a new way of doing that. And so I hope in the next couple of hours here, as we're having these discussions, if any of you start getting bumps in your head, go outside, take a break, come back in, and think about a better way of doing that. And so now I'm delighted to introduce our first panel here, the ambassadors panel. Gentlemen. Good morning. I'd like to welcome our distinguished ambassadorial corps here today. Coming back for a second year in a row, Ambassador Jones from the Bahamas. We must have done something right last year, sir, so thank you for coming back again. Thank you. And from the Royal Thai Embassy, Ambassador Sangrat. Welcome, sir. Since I started with Winnie the Pooh, all I can do is go up from here. So I'm gonna start with a math problem. And so for all of you from SIS, here it comes, it's a math problem. Get out your papers and pencils. However, as a former member of the State Department, I am declaring diplomatic immunity for our 2 ambassadors here, so you are not required to do the math problem. All right, so you're off the hook. Let's imagine a pond, a big pond, a lake, something, the size of this room. And on day 1 of the month, the first day of the month, we put 1 plant in that pond. And the plant, being an invasive species, splits. So on day 2, you have 2 plants. On day 3, you have 4 plants. The operative assumption in this math problem is, on the 30th day, the pond is completely covered. Completely covered. What day is it half full? Anyone? What day is it half full? The 29th day. Thank you. You win a gift or prize or something here. Most people will say, oh, it's the 15th. No, because you're doubling, it's the 29th day. You get up on the morning of the 29th and look out and you see half the pond. What's more disturbing to me is on the 28th day, you looked out and only a quarter of the pond was covered. And on the 27th, only an eighth of the pond was covered. And you say, this is not a big problem. We've got plenty of time. The pond's only 1/8, 1/4, 1/2 full until the morning of the 30th when you wake up and suddenly you go, uh-oh, the pond is full. And the reason I bring this up is, and I don't know if you had the chance to read it yet, but yesterday the Potsdam Institute for Climate Research issued their tipping points report. And I would encourage you to look at it. It's 500 pages with 200 authors. But they basically have said the Earth is coming to a tipping point. And they looked at 5 areas, the Greenland ice sheet, the West Antarctic ice sheet, coral reefs, the change in the North Atlantic current, and the thawing of the permafrost. And then they added mangroves and boreal forests and one other one, the 8th, I'll think of. The point is they're saying we're getting near the tipping point where there will be sociological, economic, political ramifications that if we continue to go down this path, things are going to happen. And so I'd ask our esteemed ambassadors here, from the point of view of their countries, and especially from the Bahamas, an island nation, and Thailand, which has an awful lot of water on its border. Ambassador Jones, what day of the month do you think we're heading towards?
I don't know which day of the month we are heading towards, but I'm telling you, it's a difficult period ahead. And every day in the Bahamas, we are on edge, especially during the period from June to December. It used to be June to November, but we have had some late storms because of climate change. And so the Bahamian people, especially in the southeastern islands of the Bahamas, and it used to be in the southeast, but now all over the Bahamas, they are on edge every year during the hurricane season.
Ambassador Sangret, how do you see this from Thailand, the day of the month, perhaps? That was a very diplomatic answer. You didn't give me the day of the month, but we're leading towards the end of the month, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we are at very near the end of the month. As Thailand is in the heart of mainland Southeast Asia, we have thousands of kilometers of coastlines on both the Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Thailand and on the Pacific Ocean. All over our country and all over the Southeast Asian region and the great Asian landmass, we have had the impact of climate change all over. We have impact from the PM 2.5. Every year it's now getting worse. Did you know that the pillar of the Bangkok city that used to be land in the Gulf of Thailand is, I think it must be almost a kilometer now. The pillar is in the middle of the Gulf, so meaning that we have a huge erosion on Bangkok and on the surrounding provinces in the Gulf of Thailand. So the impacts are real, and I think the people are just waking up to the problems.
Ambassador Jones, do you have some early thoughts on how you've seen the first week of the COP meetings?
We are encouraged in the Bahamas. We are pleased that a fund for loss and damage was agreed after many years of negotiating on that particular issue. So far, we have several $100 million that have been pledged to the fund. And while there is no modality to access the fund, it is hoped that that would be settled very soon. Our Prime Minister has been agitating for many years for this fund to be put in place, and so I think all of us in the Caribbean are very pleased that this fund has now been put in place.
Ambassador, your thoughts on COP?
Well, I think we are all in this together, and we have a new government, new CETA government in power, and we attach as a top priority to climate agenda and the environmental protection and promotion. One of our top policy agenda is to tackle environmental challenges and advancing carbon neutrality. To keep it short, for COP context, we continue to call for greater balance between mitigation and adaptation, as well as adequate provision of climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building for developing countries. We're all this together, developing countries, developed countries. We value the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in light of different national circumstances.
And let me add that on the issue, we are waiting for a report on the global stocktake of carbon emissions to determine if countries like the Bahamas and countries in the Atlantic and the Pacific, whether the big countries are meeting their carbon emission goals. We need this information in the Bahamas so that we would know how to react, indeed so that the entire Caribbean region would know how to react to the changes caused by climate.
Mm. Well, data is key, right?
Absolutely.
And you have to be sure of where it's coming from and the validity of the data. Let me just pivot a little bit, and I want to go back to a comment that your Prime Minister recently spoke about. And he said that this climate change is going to cause this dramatic increase in the number of climate refugees in the world. And I wondered if you'd like to pick up on his statement, and then I'll switch to Ambassador Sangrat and talk about, climate and other refugees that may be impacting Thailand. So,
yeah, we are already seeing refugees in the Caribbean. In our own country, we are a country of 700 islands, and we have seen the impact of climate change that destroyed many agricultural grounds, many fishing grounds in some of the islands of the Bahamas. These hurricanes that we have had, you probably heard of Hurricane Dorian that impacted the Abacos and Grand Bahama, that left about $3.4 billion in damage in its wake. And so there are people who have left the Abacos and have gone to other places. Indeed, some of them have, they traveled to the United States for a better way of life. And so the fishing grounds are being destroyed by bleaching, which is caused by the heat in our waters. And so when that happens, fishermen have to go further afield or find new fishing grounds. And so our fishing grounds are being destroyed, our farms are being destroyed in the islands, and because of sea level rise, there is a feeling that by the year 2020, some of the islands of the Bahamas would be underwater, not necessarily by heavy rain, but by the rise in sea levels.
That's a pretty bleak picture.
Absolutely.
It is. And do you see hope for any of those people who have left in the past 4.5 years of ever coming back?
Well, our economy has been growing because of tourism. Just this week, we recorded some 8 million visitors in the Bahamas over the last year. And so tourism is still our #1 industry. But there's been tremendous damage to the infrastructure in the Bahamas caused by climate change. And so we have seen over the last 2 decades an increase in our national debt because of the need to replace infrastructure, roads and bridges and buildings that have been destroyed by hurricanes. And so you make a few steps forward in terms of the improvement of your economy, and you have another year when all that you've done is washed away, it's destroyed. And so the world is out of time. The Bahamas is out of time, and that is why it is necessary that though the polluters of the world pay reparations for the damage that they are causing to small developing states like the Bahamas.
Mr. Ambassador, you face many of these same questions. The climate, you have an awful lot of coastline. You have refugee issues from other issues in your region. Tourism is a huge part of the Thai economy. How do you see this playing out over the next 3 to 5 to 10 years in terms of the scope of the damage or repercussions that may impact your nation?
We're feeling real impacts, not only in Thailand, but in countries across Asia. Thailand is also, in some way, similar to the United States. We are a country of displaced persons coming from migrant-producing countries surrounding us. We have mixed flows of displaced persons from far away as Middle East, from South Asia, from our neighboring countries, from war, from conflicts, and more increasingly from climate, from economic migrants. We have at least 2 or 3 million economic migrants in our country, legal and illegal, and we try our best to legalize them, to provide the legal channels for migration. The situation on the mainland Southeast Asia is equally concerning. You see the lowering of the levels of the water on the Mekong River that goes right through our countries. And I think the US and our partners and friends have a huge role to play in terms of development diplomacy. We hope to work with the United States, I have raised this with USAID, with the State Department, and other agencies, that the United States and together with our partner countries can work together to provide more development cooperation on water, on renewable energy, on energy grid, on capacity building, to combat climate change and impacts of the environment degradation in our region. So I think we all have a role to play, and I think we don't have time, just like the name of the center. And that's why I am here. These issues are close to my heart, so we would like to spend some time. We have to get serious. I don't want to pass this world on to the next generation and the generation after in the state that we're in. We have to do better.
Has your new government yet articulated perhaps new programs or policies that they may try to implement in the coming months? Again, it's a change in government, I understand that, but are you seeing some type of impetus coming out of your country to say, our new government is going to move in this direction?
Yes, I see a very strong will and determination from the Prime Minister himself, Prime Minister Sethar Thavisin, who has said himself that we very much welcome the progress on the loss and damage at COP28. We co-hosted the second workshop of the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage in July in Bangkok, where stakeholders exchange views and on sources and amount of funding, means of operationalization, applicability to slow onset and extreme events, and community access. These are real practical issues that our government set a very high agenda to work on.
Thank you. Ambassador Jones, I was recently reading about a lawsuit that the Bahamas brought with a number of other, I believe, island nations. Please correct me. This is something that I think a lot of us have never even thought or heard about. But in September 2023, the Bahamas and a number of island nations brought forth a lawsuit against high-emitting countries, and you took it to the International Tribunal of the Law of the Seas. Could you just give us a quick rundown of what that entails and what was the driver behind that, and how do you see that international tribunal working down the road?
Well, the Bahamas was happy to join other small developing countries in taking that lawsuit to the International Tribunal. It happened in September of this year. So we need to get an admission from the emitting countries that they are liable for the damage that is being done to these small developing countries. The small countries, we believe, should be entitled to reparations for damage because, as I mentioned, we are not the polluters. The Bahamas is an archipelago. We have just 400,000 people, over 100,000 square miles. And the Bahamas, like other small developing countries, suffered negatively. And we feel that we should be compensated by the big industrialized countries. And we believe that they should have not only a legal obligation to pay, but a moral obligation to pay for the amount of damage that affected small countries like the Bahamas.
That's a heavy lift.
Yes.
It is. Would you care to comment on something like that? Would that be something that Thailand would be involved with or think about getting involved with? A lawsuit to look at international reparations, which is sort of a difficult word to deal with.
I think we're all in this together. We have not advocated in a specific effort on that point, but I think we all have to do more, and in terms of our policy implementation, I think we're all emitters, we're all polluters, and big or small, I think we have a very effective role to play. In Thailand, we are working on energy efficiency, renewable energy, sustainable agronomy. We are a big agricultural country, a big tourism industry, as you mentioned. We are polluters, we are emitters. We all have to do our fair share, big and small, rich or poor.
I've been in Bangkok traffic, so I know about the air pollution in Bangkok. Ambassador Jones, we're starting to run out of time here, but the Bahamas created the Bahamian Sustainable Investment Program.
Mm-hmm.
And could you just fill us all in on how is that going, and where do you see the ability to take that program and perhaps model it somewhere else if this becomes a successful effort?
It's an initiative by the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, initially to raise some $500 million. The program seeks to bridge the climate financing gap by tapping into regional and global capital market leaders, their funds, and the funds would be directed toward crucial areas such as climate resilient infrastructure, coastal conservation, clean energy transition, and much more. The Bahamas is mapping the country's seagrass meadows, which have shown potential to absorb carbon at rates equal or more than the Amazon rainforest. Through these studies and with the unexpected assistance of tiger sharks, we have been mapping those meadows. And the Bahamas is poised to become the first nation to issue blue carbon credits. We have quantified some 37,000 square miles of seagrass. We encourage large companies of the world that have a cap on how much carbon they can input into the atmosphere to take advantage of the carbon credits of the Bahamas. And so this is an idea that is being being well received in the around New York, the investment houses in New York and Boston, and we believe that it would greatly enhance what we are doing in terms of adaptation.
When I was introducing the panel, I talked about the tipping point report. One of the 3 secondary tipping points is the seagrass meadows.
Yes.
And I think that's very important that you bring that up. And that's a strategic asset that the Bahamas has.
Yes.
And the question is, how do you then use that to its best interest to get people to do that? We're about out of time. Ambassadors, do you have anything else you would like to add about specific points that you would like to make on behalf of Thailand today?
Well, like any other developing country, and we're also one of the top countries affected by climate change. We need support on capacity building, climate finance, and technology transfer. There's also a lot of work to be done in terms of continuity, especially on effectively engaging general public and private sector that play a big role in our path to net zero. So we have set our goals, and I think it's time to get serious and implement the goals that we have set out. I think that goes for all the countries, all of the societies in the world.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, any closing remarks?
Yes, we are in the Bahamas. We are conducting research on how the coral reefs are affected by climate change. We have seen a lot of fishing grounds destroyed, as I mentioned earlier, and we also need to determine which coral reefs are more tolerant to heat. And then we are studying and assessing how we are going to allow development to occur on our coastline, having regard to the rise, sea level rise, how to amend the building code of the Bahamas, for instance, so that we can build buildings, homes that are kept cool, and we do not have to rely on fossil fuel. We are examining the impact on climate change, on public health, for instance, issues regarding tropical diseases that come about as a result of climate change. And so the world needs to adopt the courage to bring about solutions to the problems. And my Prime Minister has been around the world, and he's going to the St. John's University in Minnesota this coming week to take the message again on what we are seeking to do with carbon credits and how we would like to put systems in place to rely less on fossil fuels.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Could we have a round of applause? Ambassador Sangrat, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ambassadors. Thank you, Tom. Now let's move on to the power of storytelling. Stories possess a unique capacity to evoke emotions in motivation, imagination, and tapping into our personal values that can actually evoke a lasting social change, not quite matched by just mere numbers and facts. And a great example of this is the contrasting response to the 2019 Cathedral Fire, Notre Dame Cathedral Fire, and the Amazon forest fires. Because the global response to Notre Dame was pretty swift. It was fueled by personal significance to this narrative. And in contrast, the Amazon fires, despite their magnitude and impact on our planet's climate, lacked a compelling story, resulting in less media coverage and a much weaker global response. And so that truly speaks to the power of storytelling, which is something we're going to dive deeper into here in our next panel. And we're going to look into how it can amplify awareness, cultivate empathy, and also help drive climate action. So with me on stage, we have Brittany Bell Surratt, who is the Senior Director of Storytelling and Communications at the Hip Hop Caucus, and Brooke Betts, Vice President of Climate Culture at RARE. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
So let's dive in. Starting with you, Brittany, climate change is often perceived as a complex and overwhelming issue. So how can storytelling make it more accessible and humanize the narrative without oversimplifying the science behind it?
I think that we have to do a few things, right? So just this morning, I was sent a report from Harmony Labs about how climate messaging has a distribution problem, and that we have to shift from the messaging to an audience-first messaging. So to make things more accessible, we need to meet people where they are with the messaging, right? So as I think about how I consume climate news and climate information, oftentimes we're going to climate-centered magazines and news outlets, right? If we are going to make it more accessible, then we have to lead with culture first. And so that means that we need to infiltrate media outlets, different types of content, diversify that content in a way in which we can bring climate to them, okay? I think that that is something that is going to take an overhaul, especially about how we think about who consumes climate news. A lot of times that's people who are already interested in it, right? So if you're already interested in it, then you are at far along in your journey in understanding this. Whereas if you are not quite familiar with how climate is affecting your everyday life, or you're seeing it as such a big challenge and issue that you can't even begin to wrap your head around it, then those of us who are in this climate, information, advocacy, industry space, then we have to break it down. We have to break it down so that it's not so complex. And a lot of times that is making it just really relevant and relatable to people. Often we fail to do that.
It's almost like a marketer would identify its targeted audiences, and then depending on if it's a 55-year-old woman or a 13-year-old boy, the messaging is going to be different, and so is the outlet of where to reach that person. And so
Exactly.
I think that is what we as climate communicators have maybe missed in the past, and what you're doing so great at the Hip Hop Caucus. So, Brooke, research from RARE has shown that one of the best predictors of climate action is whether a person believes that other people are already taking action. It turns out this understanding that others are doing matters even more than their own belief that they should take action, so that peer pressure, so to speak. So this means that we need to normalize climate action and make the movement to new norms more apparent. Can you tell us about this research and what RARE is doing to help normalize climate action?
Yeah, thank you for the great question. Rare's done a lot of research on this. Our background is really behavioral science and incorporating behavioral science in different interactions for environmental conservation worldwide. And we've really focused on this idea of climate solutions and how do people start to adopt those. And when we break it down, you think that it's going to be climate anxiety, that's why people adopt solar, that's why people get an EV, that's why people go vegan. And that's not really it. You think it might be political orientation. That's not it. The real predictor is if you know other people that are doing it. And it's kind of like what Brittany was saying. I mean, you really kind of have to make it relevant. And you were kind of talking about like that connection that people had to the cathedral versus to the forest. I mean, it's really interesting. People have to have some connection. And that could be their neighbors. There's great evidence from solarized campaigns that have been going on for a long time that like when your neighbor has solar on their roof, you're more likely to get it as well. The same thing even applies to parasocial relationships. So some of the work that we do with Hollywood creators, where we're putting things on screen, getting that woven into stories, even trying to encourage social media creators to be more comfortable and confident talking about these things are really important because people don't see it enough around them. The social norm isn't as evident as it should be.
Right. And I feel like so far, it's easy to feel that the social norm is something that's against us. Like everyone else is driving, so why should I care? Or everyone else eats meat, why should I not? Like all these things. But then if you flip it, it can actually turn into something very positive because if we recognize the power we have to influence each other, then we can start get things moving very fast. So it's tapping into that potential instead of overlooking it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you kind of mentioned, I think you mentioned something like around FOMO or what other people are doing. That is definitely one aspect of it. But from a behavioral science aspect, there's also like a little shortcut that we all take in decision making because we make thousands of decisions every day. And you're busy, you've got a lot going on, you walk into a restaurant you've never been to, you don't have time to read the menu because you're about to have a meeting and you're already running late, and you look over and everybody else has ordered the salad and you go, I'll have the salad. Like you just don't even have time to look at the menu. You just make a decision what everybody else is doing. And that is so powerful in all of our decision making.
You already mentioned social media, but Brittany, your take on this. In an era of social media, attention spans are shorter than ever. How can storytellers craft narratives that are not only impactful, but also able to capture and sustain public attention in a fast-paced digital environment? Sigh.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's tough because it seems that attention spans are getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And we are consuming more and more content that is going from 2 minutes to 90 seconds to 60 seconds to 30 seconds to 15 seconds. And I think I read before a statistic that said we have the memory of a fish in which, we have about 8 seconds really to keep someone's attention. And so at Hip Hop Caucus, definitely we do a few things, but a big part of what we do is trusted messengers, right? We have an artist and influencer relations department and initiative in which we know that when you see certain people on screen or when you see certain people in videos, you want to know what they have to say about whatever, right? And I don't want to give too, loose examples, but if you think about some of our most well-known celebrities, if you give them, 10 seconds to say something and they have 8 million, 30 million, 90 million followers, then you've successfully been able to get your message out about a topic in a very short time because of that trusted messenger, right? Another thing that we also do is I think the continued investment in video content is not going anywhere, but we can't overly rely on video content, right? Because we are starting to see also that with all of that video content, people do want to slow their brains down a bit and read about it, right? So in investing in that video content, it's also keeping in mind how do we pull out just the meat and not the meat and potatoes of what it is that we're trying to say when we're relaying it in more text formats too, right? So it's really, because there is so much so much media and so much content and so many things that we're digesting, being able to be nimble and be flexible in how we reach audiences, how we shorten the information, how we get exactly it is what we're trying to say out so that we're not filling it with too many potatoes.
So making climate change sexy, using celebrities, and not dumbing it down too much, just kind of wrapping it up a little bit.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. Brooke, what is most important when you're working with storytellers when it comes to working climate into content?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say one thing. If I can say three, I'll make them quick. I think probably the most important thing is to talk about climate solutions, not climate disaster. People are already overwhelmed with climate disaster. They're already paralyzed by that fear. Don't ever talk about it, of course, if it's relevant, but like skip to the solutions, think about the solutions and make them more relevant, make them the focus of the story. I would say the second thing, and I see this really important with social media creators, there was a recent study out that 84% of social media creators are really holding back on talking about sustainability and sustainable solutions. Just be authentic, admit where you are. You don't have to be an expert. But if it's something that you actually do, even if it's just cutting back on red meat, you don't have to be vegan, just cut back on red meat. Just because maybe you test drove an electric vehicle, great. Talk about where you are in the journey authentically, and that is so much better because nobody's gonna pounce you for doing something that you're authentically doing. That's the place to be. And then I guess if there's a third thing, I've totally forgot what the third thing was. It's all right, I've talked long enough.
You can plug it in later if you remember it. You point out some really important things here. The one which was mentioned earlier, anxiety does not necessarily lead to action. In most cases, it's the opposite. You get overwhelmed, you get paralyzed, and you feel like it's too late, I'm too little, what I do doesn't matter. And it's what you then pointed to, normalizing the conversation. No one is an expert, and even the most experts of experts, because we don't have all the answers yet. I think that's what's important to remember. We're still figuring this out, and it's a journey that we're going to continue to be on for decades, most likely. And so by just plugging it into more pop culture and the everyday environment, people sharing transparently what are we doing, getting rid of eco-shaming. There used to be this world when I started out talking about it, it was like, if you just voiced that you were trying anything, be sure someone was going to come after you to say you weren't doing enough, right? And I think if more people find the courage to share what they're doing, we can create an environment where it's okay to try and not be perfect. So thank you so much for pointing that out. Brittany, can you share some examples of successful storytelling that you've had at the Hip Hop Caucus, or that you're maybe working on right now, that has effectively influenced public opinion or policy when it comes to climate change, and what made these stories particularly impactful?
Yeah, so in the environmental justice fight in particular, we've at Hip Hop Caucus have been in it since at least Hurricane Katrina. And with that, we've successfully worked on issues such as the Bahalia Pipeline, the Keystone Pipeline, the National Climate Assessment that recently came out had a focus on the importance of art and storytelling. And that is something that our managing director, Liz Hafstead, had been, like just chipping away at for years. And so those are a few things. As far as like our messaging, we're starting to hear more people say people over profits when we're talking about some of these petrochemical facilities and other facilities that are being built. We're also starting to see how they are recognizing, they as in like, media and climate experts and industry folks are starting to see climate justice is a racial justice issue, right? That's something that we've been reiterating and saying, and so you're starting to see that pick up and people make the connection and connect the dots. And so those are a few of the things that we've done, and when we do our storytelling, we always do it with the intersection, right? It's never just a isolated climate issue. Like this climate issue is tied to an economic issue. It's tied to health. It's tied to labor. It's tied to all of these different things, right? And so the more that we continue to distribute our storytelling in that way, then the more that folks who don't see themselves in like this climate challenge, climate crisis fight, they're starting to see how they are affected in so many other ways.
So it's making it relatable. It's bringing it closer, because climate change can feel so distant, and it's happening, you know, to the neighbor, or it's in the future. And if you start to make those connections, it's easier for people to engage in the topic.
It's happening in everything that we use, and everything that we eat, and everything that we wear, and everything that, you know, we tap into. It is a part of it. And so that intersectionality of it and making it relatable, I think which ties back to that first question about accessibility, that is what's going to start to permeate to folks who we just aren't reaching. And we have to reach like everyone.
Right. Big task.
Yeah,
Thank you for the work.
It's a huge task, but it's possible.
It's worth it. Brooke, what are some examples of campaigns that you have going at RARE, and what have you learned from them?
Sure, great. Well, it's really interesting because you don't necessarily see campaigns from RARE. You know, we're not the messenger. We shouldn't be the messenger. Nobody wants to hear from a wonky nonprofit about climate change or the actions. So kind of like Brittany said, we're really always looking to identify who those right messengers are. So we do a lot of our work through partnerships. So you may have seen things on screen in shows you might watch while you're streaming at home. We work behind the scenes with some of those content creators to really make sure they're getting the right messages woven into the content. Similarly, we do some advising work and consulting when we're talking with social media creators that are out there doing their own work. But we also do kind of what I consider like a learning lab. And that's where we kind of create our own behavior-centered design tests, and we think about these tests and kind of run them through a little, you know, testing process in a lab environment to really ensure that, like, if that message goes out there, it's going to land in the right way. And so for an example, we've recently done some testing with a campaign that I'm really excited to see in the real world, and we should talk because you might have some.
We have a lot to talk about. Listening to you now, like, oh, Brooke and I have a lot to talk about.
We can talk. But yeah, so this campaign the concept is Veg Out, and the idea is to get a group of your friends and go out for dinner and pick a vegetarian restaurant. And just try. You don't have to be a vegetarian, but just like grab dinner, do a sharing style dinner, and get 10 different things with a group of friends and figure out what you like. That way, next time you're at a restaurant, you can order that thing. Next time you're thinking about what to order, that's a top of mind thing. And so it really increases a couple of things we saw in the testing that we've done. Number one, just by being exposed to these messages, whether it's through an ad or whether it's through social media creators, there's like a 37% lift as compared to the people that didn't see it, that, oh yeah, my friends would be into this. So like already it's starting to stimulate that idea of the social norm. Like, oh yeah, this is something that people would be into. And then the other part of it is if you actually go to that dinner, it increases your sense of efficacy. All of a sudden you're like, yeah, I know how to order. So these are huge levers that we really try to work into our campaigns. And then once we've tested those campaigns, we look for the most cost-effective way to get those in front of the right audiences. And that's usually through partners.
And we have a similar, not a approach, but one of the many approaches that we have is similar to that as well. And I was listening to Brooke talk about some of the work that they've done in Hollywood, which we're also working on. I think a lot of the shows have been a gloom and doom when they talk about climate. So we've been working with folks at, I don't know if you're familiar with the Hollywood Climate Summit, and people at Good Energy on the same things, and starting to reach shows and production companies that are BIPOC, right? That is, for us, an audience that we need to continue to try to tap into because the way in which we relate to climate is, you know, it's different. So those partnerships are absolutely key, and I'd love to talk about maybe some of the, they're like soul food vegan restaurants and things around the city that
huge there.
Yeah. This is real change happening right here. Networking. Thank you so much. I feel like just the underlying theme here is that by using storytelling, you're reaching a person deeper than you would with just like facts and numbers. And what you do is that you allow for that change to actually grow from within. Someone is choosing to say, I want to be part of this narrative. I want to be part of learning more. It's not something that's forced upon you or told to you. It's like, we're inviting you to participate, and it builds that efficacy, and it's going to lead to much more long-lasting change.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much. It was a pleasure
Thank
speaking with you
you.
both, and keep up the amazing work.
Absolutely.
Great,
Thank you all
thank
for having
you.
us. Yes.
Thank you.
Climate litigation is becoming an increasingly relevant topic, igniting crucial conversations on the intersection of law, policy, and the urgent need for climate action. In this session, we'll hear from legal experts on how to navigate the legal landscape of environmental challenges and explore how courts worldwide are becoming battlegrounds for climate justice. This panel will feature Stephen Donziger, human rights attorney and AU alumni, Bill Snape, Assistant Dean and Director of the AU WCL Program on Environmental and Energy Law, and our moderator, Jillian Mayer, student 3LJD candidate in Washington College of Law. Welcome on stage, all of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. My name is Jillian Mayer. I'm a third-year law student at AU's Washington College of Law, just a mile away from here. Before I came to law school, I was an ecologist, and I really hope to be a climate litigator, and these guys are kind of my heroes, so I'm very nervous and excited to be here. Sitting right next to me, we have Stephen Donziger. He is a human rights attorney, climate litigator extraordinaire, a journalist, an activist. He's got a lot of experience, but his biggest claim to fame right now is a series of very high-profile cases against Chevron, and how he was then prosecuted by, not just in, but by some US courts. And then also sitting right next to Stephen is Professor Bill Snape, the original Professor Snape. He runs the law school's program on environment and energy law. He's a wonderful mentor of mine. He's a master swimmer and water polo player. He's worked for every environmental NGO you can think of. He's got active cases in court. So I'm very excited to be here. Thanks for coming. I am going to start for the next continue for the next 60 seconds giving my little baby law student overview of what climate litigation is. Climate litigation is using courts to further some sort of climate goal. And there's two things that I want folks to take away from this sort of definition. And the first is that climate litigation is very, very diverse. There are tons of ways to do it. And the second is that it's just one part of a larger climate movement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen first. Stephen, can you please give us a synopsis of your experience litigating for the climate?
Sure, thank you for having me. Thanks to AU for having this fabulous event, and to We Don't Have Time, which is putting this out all over the place, supporters of mine. I have an unusual story. I graduated from law school back in 1991. And 2 years later, I started working on this case against Chevron, representing Amazon communities in Ecuador in an area where Texaco had operated. Chevron then bought Texaco, and there was massive, massive pollution, where Texaco designed a system that was deliberately dumped, systematically dumped, literally billions of gallons of cancer-causing toxic waste onto indigenous ancestral lands with predictable results, a lot of cancers and deaths that are literally still happening today. To make a very long story somewhat short, we litigated this case for 18 years. Chevron, Texaco and then Chevron resisted every step of the way, engaged, in my opinion, in extremely
unsavory, if not unethical, litigation tactics to delay the case because they calculated it would be cheaper to pay lawyers than it would be to pay the people they harmed. Ultimately, we prevailed in 2011 and won a landmark $10 billion judgment against Chevron. Chevron still has not paid the first dollar of this judgment, but they have paid literally $3 billion to 60 law firms and 2,000 lawyers to attack our team. And that led to a very unusual situation in my own personal life where they calculated, because I live in New York, and I really was the driving force behind a lot of this litigation, although we had a very lovely team of lawyers, particularly Ecuadorian lawyers. They went after me and they sued me for $60 billion. I got sued for the most amount of money of any individual in the history of this country, as far as I can tell. And ultimately, they tried to shift the focus from what they had done in Ecuador to the lawyers. And this is a lesson about climate litigation where sometimes the corporate playbook is like, we're not going to engage on the merits, we're just going to attack the lawyers and try to leave these very vulnerable communities defenseless, because without lawyers they can't really litigate. And then one thing led to another, but Chevron was able to convince this judge to force me to turn over my computer and confidential case file to Chevron. There was a court order that I do that. And that put me in an impossible position as a lawyer because my ethical duty to my clients precluded me from turning over. They have the privilege over this information. I couldn't do that in good faith. So I appealed the order to the federal appellate court. And after I appealed this order, the judge who issued it charged me with criminal contempt of court for not complying with an order that I was appealing to a higher court. He then had me locked up at home, and this is a misdemeanor contempt case, with an ankle bracelet. COVID hit, and I literally spent 2 years and 2 months in my home with an ankle bracelet. I live in Manhattan in a 2-bedroom apartment with my family. At the end of that, he got a judge to give me a trial. I put trial in quotes because I never got a jury. The judge is a member of the Federalist Society and was very pro-corporate, and she ensured that I couldn't really defend myself, and I was convicted pretty summarily by a judge who then sentenced me, after spending 2 years and 2 months at home, she sentenced me to the maximum term of 6 months in prison. So I ended up spending on a charge, which I believe I'm innocent of, but even if people think otherwise, maximum sentence is 180 days. I spent 993 days. Now I tell this story because it's important. I mean, first of all, it matters to me and my family. I want people to know about this. But second, like when you do climate litigation, or really any litigation against powerful entities, there is going to be resistance if you're effective. There is going to be resistance. I think the reason we met so much resistance is because this particular case, really was represented to some degree a significant paradigm shift in climate litigation. Like, the industry is not used to indigenous peoples in the Amazon figuring out how to get a multi-billion-dollar judgment against them. So they experience this as some affront to them. Like they actually, I think they experienced it psychologically, like they were being victimized by the indigenous peoples they poisoned. At the end of the day, though, I just want to say this about litigation. We'll get into the details in a second. It is very important to connect what happens in court to what happens outside of court. I personally believe that litigation, serious litigation, can't really move forward without the support of the public. The climate justice movement must be connected with lawyers. Lawyers must be connected with the movement to be successful. Judges generally do not just rule based on law and facts, even though in theory that's what they're supposed to do. And actually many do that, and many try to do that and aren't that successful. But I have seen a lot of hostility, a lot of resistance structured into our court system, such that judges seem to be much more responsive to these claims when the public is aware of them, when those bringing them are litigating on multiple platforms, social media, protests, that kind of stuff. Judges don't want to be left out. They don't want to look bad. And it's very important when you take on these very powerful and entrenched interests, and trust me, the fossil fuel industry they're more powerful now than they've ever been. Record-breaking profits. They have every major law firm at their disposal, powerful lawyers, effective lawyers. And then there's like people like me and Pablo Fajardo and Professor Snape. I mean, you know, it's asymmetrical litigation, really. We are out-resourced, so we have to be smarter, more agile, more creative. So I think it's really important, just to sum up, that our democracy in this country is very connected to the ability to do this work. Like, we need to have space to do this work. Lawyers need to be able to do this work without getting locked up, okay? And that what happened to me, by the way, I was prosecuted by Chevron, not by a prosecutor. I was targeted with the nation's first private corporate prosecution. There's details to that, I'll avoid it for now, but I'm just saying, we need to focus, when we think about climate litigation, on bigger issues about what kind of society we want to live in, what kind of freedoms we want to have, and the threats to our democracy, such that climate litigation itself really is under threat if we cannot preserve some of these bigger issues. I mean, obviously we have an election coming up. There's one major candidate who is saying batshit crazy stuff about what he plans to do to undermine our freedom and our democracy. And we need to understand the connection between that and this work.
We got some snaps in the audience. Ooh, we got some claps in the audience. Thank you for telling us that story. Professor Snape, can we zoom out just a little bit? Stephen's case took place in Ecuador, won in Ecuador, it moved to the US, got prosecuted in the US. Right there we have two venues. There's just so much we can do with climate litigation, where we can do it, who we can sue. Can you give us a little bit of an academic overview of what climate litigation is, where it happens, what laws we use, what parties are involved, stuff like that?
Sure, and you're right in your introduction. There are so many different active lawsuits going on climate litigation, both to stop climate change and global warming, and also lawsuits to help it along on behalf of the fossil fuel companies. They happen in various fora, but I've simplified all of this chaos into three categories. Very imperfect categories, but three categories none the least. And I'll go not from least important to most important, but from the stories most detached from what Stephen just said to the story that I think actually hits the nerve that he experienced. So the third category, going in reverse order, would be the bevy of international, what I'll call international climate lawsuits. And actually this category has two subsets, A and B. Subset A is litigation happening in individual countries. So Pakistan, the Netherlands, Belgium, Norway, Ireland, several countries in South America, and I'm forgetting a few, all have had significant climate mitigation victories over the last several years, where in essence, and the laws are different in every country and the legal strategies are different, but in essence, holding particularly developed countries like in Europe accountable to their Paris commitments, to what they've already said the science dictates that they do. So that's significant, and we're hoping someday, soon in the future, the United States follows suit. The other type of international lawsuit are those actually happening at multinational fora. So the United Nations General Assembly has instituted an advisory opinion process at the International Court of Justice. Briefs are literally being filed as we sit here today. There are similar pieces of international litigation occurring at the Organization of American States and at the United Nations Convention of Law of the Sea. All of these are very important, but particularly the multilateral ones, I think ultimately are not really binding on the United States yet. We're sort of still circling the real issue, but nonetheless, very, very important. The second of three types of big climate lawsuits are those based in statutory law, laws that Congress has passed. The Clean Air Act is probably the most obvious and important of those, but there's many statutes, the Endangered Species Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Under the Clean Air Act, the Obama administration and the Biden administration each have come up with rules that they think would help slow down climate change. The problem with both the Obama and Biden approach is twofold. One is the Supreme Court has already said they don't like it, and they threw it out in a case called West Virginia versus EPA about a year ago. And secondly, their programs really wouldn't meet the U.S. commitments. It's sort of like grabbing low-hanging fruit and just nibbling off. It doesn't really attack the problem. And so I'll just leave the Clean Air Act there. And then there's so many things. Anyone who's read the Clean Air Act, the regs and the statutes are this big. But I'll just leave the Clean Air Act in that little box. And then the last, and I think ultimately the most important, or at least the most important as I sit here today, are state-based tort actions. Tort meaning nuisance. Sometimes state legislatures like California have consumer fraud or corporate responsibility type tort actions, strict liability. There's different theories, different states. In California, there's been a case just filed by the Attorney General that has all of those causes of action. And the Supreme Court apparently, seemingly, has said that this is okay. Can't do this in federal court, but go after them in state court. The Supreme Court appears, don't want to always count on that court. Okay, you can do that. If just one of these cases is successful, and I think the California one, the New York one, and a few others are clearly ones to watch, that would be multiple billions of dollars of liability. That would begin to change the game. It would not end the game because, as Stephen said, litigation is leverage for political action. This is ultimately have to be a political solution to get off fossil fuels. But if all of a sudden Chevron and ExxonMobil and Shell are on the line for tens, hundreds of billions of dollars, they're going to play pool a little bit more than they. And right now, Stephen's right, they control the system. They clearly control the Republican Party, and quite frankly, they control the current administration, which is why the administration has backed off on its commitment not to drill for fossil fuels on public lands. That was the one thing Biden said he wouldn't do, and they're doing it. And it isn't because Biden's a bad guy, it's because the gas and oil industry have the administration like that. So that's my attempt at an overview of litigation. And let me give you one stray example just of the diversity. So when the Congress passed a few years ago the Inflation Reduction Act, which threw billions of dollars at renewable energy projects, and some bad fossil fuel projects too, but I digress. One of the components of that money for renewable energy projects were made in America requirements for automobiles and for other things. That requirement in the Inflation Reduction Act is almost certainly going to lead to litigation at the World Trade Organization. I don't want to get too far into that because it's a little bit of a tangent, but it's to demonstrate to you that climate litigation is very broad, very wide, and we could talk all day about it. And I'm going to end right now.
That was a great overview.
Thank
you. One follow-up. In, let's say, those tort cases, or even in your Ecuadorian case, the defendants, right, the fossil fuel, whoever's on the other side of the V, if they're forced to pay money, where does that money go?
I want to talk about money, okay? And I think the professor makes a really important point. I have always believed as a lawyer that if you only operate in the four corners of the law, it's very hard to create the kind of meaningful social change that our society needs. However, you can accomplish major things through the law if it's connected to sort of these broader movements and broader vision. And one of those things is money. This is an industry whose language is money. Okay, you can't go sit with the board of Chevron and somehow persuade them out of the goodness of their moral conscience to do any of this. I mean, they would rather pay Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, a big corporate law firm, $1 billion than to pay 5 cents to the people of Ecuador. Like, it doesn't compute with them. The only thing they respond to is financial risk, in my opinion. There's lots of ways to create that risk for them. By the way, when we designed our case to create as much risk for them as possible, they accused me of trying to extort money from them. I was the extortionist for doing these seemingly out-of-court, unconventional things like talking to the media and that kind of stuff. But in any event, our case, which represents a serious financial risk to just one company, is so bothersome to this one company that they had me locked up in this completely illegal private corporate prosecution. But Bill is absolutely right. When they start feeling this risk on an industry-wide level, Chevron is one thing, but these cases that are happening at the state level, these tort cases, do have the potential to create, $1 trillion+ of risk. And that is going to force them to start dealing with this, just like the tobacco industry for years and years and years fought, tobacco litigation, ultimately they had to pay up, and they did pay. And same thing, we're seeing this now with 3M, with Forever Chemicals and Water. Like, you just have to start chipping away at the seeming impunity that these companies think they have, and little by little, you start imposing financial risk, liability, such that they're like, you know what, we can't handle this anymore. We have to play ball. And I think that's the purpose of this strategy. But I will say this, I don't think, even if a lot of these cases are successful, they're so powerful, they will find ways to live another day, unless the politics, the Biden administration, the political leadership in not only the United States but other countries takes the lead. I mean, we're really missing a voice at the highest level of our government right now. I mean, think about this, okay? Where is the plan in the United States of America to phase out fossil fuels? Is there such a plan? I mean, duh. Like, isn't that the one thing? There should be some blue ribbon panel of experts come together and, like, at least map out what it would look like, how long it would take, how it would be funded, et cetera, et cetera. We don't even have a plan, guys. I mean, not only are we not doing it, there's no vision for how to do it. Actually, I think that's something that you guys should do at AU Law School. Just do it and publish it. I mean, you know what I mean? But I mean, we have to understand that we need to do a lot more. And litigation is one way to help, but not the only way.
Thanks. Thanks. Wow, more snaps. Oh, they love you.
I just stole this thunder. Maybe you want to answer that too.
Do you have anything about money?
Money. It's interesting for standing purposes. We haven't talked about standing yet. I mean, it's very difficult for just the normal activist on the street these days to litigate against climate change. It's not impossible, but federal courts particularly have really clamped down on the ability of private parties by themselves because of the causation, the sort of disconnect of a power plant in Alabama causing harm in Alaska. And it's been very difficult for private parties to make that. Governments, of course, though, because they are ultimately the state governments that hold the police powers and are supposed to protect all of the people, standing has not been as much an issue. But it goes to the money issue, which is the state of California, if California is successful, will get that money, and they will distribute that money how they best deem fit through that political process. And no knock on California, that will likely not be distributed in the manner all three of us would, like to see. Although I will say California's environmental justice programs are second to none. I did want to just echo something Stephen said, though, and it again sounds like I'm busting on the Biden administration. I am and I'm not at the same time, because the other party is just completely reckless and completely negligent on this issue. But if Stephen were to say what he just said about where's our fossil fuel phase-out plan to John Kerry, who former senator, former presidential candidate, Stephen, that's not very realistic, is what he would say. And what is John Kerry doing right now as the climate ambassador, the climate czar for Joe Biden? He's talking about getting more nuclear power. He's talking about how can we capture all that carbon that the fossil fuel companies emit and make money off of that. He is not talking about a fossil fuel phase out. And to me, John Kerry's not a bad guy. John Kerry is bound and stuck by the fossil fuel system in the ways that we've been trying to discuss. And as a young lawyer, let me just say, I resisted this notion. I was like, no, not in the United States. We're number one. We're great. We're democracy. We do what's right. And I tell you, you look at members of Congress, out of the 535 members of Congress, 500 of them get money from the fossil fuel companies, maybe 480. But the vast majority of them do, and that is an issue. That is the ultimate issue here, as far as I'm concerned.
Thanks for that. Okay. Something that we hear a lot from critics of climate litigation is something you talked about with there's a smokestack somewhere and the results happen somewhere else. So what do you two think about how can we combat the narrative, the sort of legal narrative that climate change is too big, too diffuse, we're all complicit, that sort of thing that's a real barrier to winning in court?
I'll say this if I can go first. I mean, this is an argument being made by industry now in defense of these tort lawsuits. It's like, wait, you can't go, these cases shouldn't be in court. These are ultimately political decisions that should be decided by Congress or by the legislative branch. BS, okay, because the Congress is bought off by the industry. they won't do the work that we're talking about. Litigation is often the only way to open the doors to really move the needle on the conversation, you know, to get people to start thinking about who is responsible for these types of harms. And specifically to your question, I mean, I think the way to litigate these cases is the old-fashioned way. I mean, it's crazy. Like a tort lawsuit is you know, tort claims, nuisance, or consumer fraud, which is statutory claim that a lot of these states are using, are really simple claims that apply to so many things.
Like what?
What?
Like what's an example of a tort claim?
Well, I'm just saying, like, say a company puts a product on the market and deceptively describes what's in it, and it harms people, and they're lying about it. Okay?
Tobacco.
Tobacco, yeah, thank you. Okay. So these are ways to sort of take this enormous, seemingly complex question and reduce it to something you can get your arms around, and that most importantly, judges can understand, because judges are used to seeing these types of cases in other contexts. If you come in my experience, you know, trying to do everything at once and take care of all these issues, it's just simply going to be too broad, not going to work. I mean, you're an expert at this. I mean, you've litigated successfully a lot of these types of cases, and they can be litigated, and they do help the movement, and the movement helps them. So I look, even having been locked up, like, I'm super sanguine about the possibility of climate litigation. It's a necessity. It's a hugely important component of the climate justice movement, is being able to litigate, forcing judges to deal with these issues. By the way, even if you don't win the case, you can advance the ball by using the case to open up people's ways of thinking, to new ways of thinking about these issues. So
Stephen's exactly right. And the California case I keep alluding to, and it's not the only one, but it's the one that's in my brain and I think covers all these points, doesn't focus on the large attenuation and abstractness of climate change. It says this, essentially, when you read the complaint. The fossil fuel company, and this is all true, by the way, it's been verified. The fossil fuel companies for 3 or 4 decades have known that climate change would occur. Their best scientists told the executives this would occur, and they've been engaged in a multi-decade effort, like the tobacco industry, to cover, oh no, go smoke that pack of Marlboro. You'll want to run a mile right afterward. That's essentially what the fossil fuel companies say. No, just keep on driving your car. It will be fine. Your grandkids will suffer, but you'll be fine. And so they're litigating this case under the idea of basically the corporations were lying, they knew where they were lying, and the state itself has suffered billions of dollars of damage that it wants the company to pay up. So I actually think that is traditional. It's big,
very
bigger,
traditional.
but it's the same game plan as any normal slip and fall case.
And I'll say this, if I may. There is a corporate playbook to defend against all of these climate litigation cases. And you have to be, as a lawyer and as an activist, you have to be aware of what they do. The number one thing they do when you file a lawsuit is they want to avoid the lawsuit. They want to avoid a trial. They don't want trials. Risky, embarrassing. Okay, so they try to kill off the lawsuit before it can happen. And that's, we spent years with these cases, right? You know, trying to figure out whether it was acceptable for them to be filed in state court. I mean, luckily our very conservative Supreme Court issued a good ruling saying they can proceed in state court, but just litigating that procedural issue, okay, took what, 5
Almost
years?
2 decades, really.
Okay, so 2 decades.
I mean, a long time.
2 decades of more harm to the planet, more people suffering from pollution, people dying of cancer, et cetera, et cetera. And so we know these cases can start moving forward in state court, which is really, really good, because our federal courts, in case you haven't noticed, have become very, very conservative and very pro-corporate over the last 20, 30 years. Read Sheldon Whitehouse's book, The Scheme. I recommend it to everybody. I'm proselytizing for this book. It explains how our courts have been captured. Our federal courts, for the most part, have been, or a good portion of our courts, not the whole thing, have been captured by the corporate sector and the fossil fuel industry. And that's why, you know, at the state level, I think there's a lot more leeway, I think, to move these issues forward through the courts.
One term I know we're running out of time, but I want to mention, because it's relevant to this topic of what does the fossil fuel industry do when you get too close. They file their own lawsuits against you. Stephen suffered his own version of that, but they are called generically SLAP suits, or strategic litigation against public participation. They are numerous now. Any Greenpeace, Center for Biological Diversity, Sierra Club, any group that gets too close to the nerve center gets sued by the very industries that they're trying to regulate. It happens, it is a part of their playbook, and you got to be ready for it. Unfortunately.
Thanks. So what I'm hearing is the climate lawsuits are part of a bigger movement of climate litigation and of climate generally. They put things on the public record. They cost money to the industry, to us too, but to industry. They're part of this sort of larger thing. And that's what's really important to me and what makes me move towards climate litigation. Okay, we are running out of time. I have a couple of very quick questions for you both. If you could recommend everybody in here, everybody watching, to read one thing, what would it be? You can use a second.
You
if
can't
you
mention your own book.
I would say the dissent at the Ninth Circuit in the Giuliani case. The Giuliani case was a federal constitutional case that's now dead and they didn't win. But it's an amazing dissent, and it's basically the dissent that I think spawned that movie. What was the name of that movie?
Don't Look Up?
Don't Look Up, yeah. Anyway, there's many other things. That's what comes to mind.
In one sentence, what was the Giuliani case?
Giuliani case was a substantive due process case, ultimately, that kids brought in federal court saying that the United States government was failing in their duty to take care of kids and future generations.
Yeah. What is your magic bullet solution? If we could do one thing differently to fix climate or climate litigation, or what's your top priority?
Well, I don't think there's one. I would say the magic bullet is to understand it's complex as hell, and you got to work across multiple platforms and bring all these strands together and make common cause with people in different disciplines, with activists, lawyers. I mean, there's no. Courts are hostile to this litigation. Federal courts are somewhat. However, I don't care that they're hostile. We need to go in those courts and push these cases. But I think the solution is when you do these cases, I think judges become more aware of these issues. If judges, you'd be shocked at how most judges do not really understand the climate issue at all. And the cases need to be used to educate the judiciary so there's a critical mass of consciousness in our courts, among judges, so they understand what's really at stake and how these cases need to be ruled on in a fair way, as opposed to, we just need to protect industry because oil is so important to the national security of the United States. Like, that's how a lot of them think. And I will say this in response to your previous question, if you don't want to read a legal brief or a law opinion, I don't know if you guys saw the movie Dark Waters with Mark Ruffalo, but the book about that movie was based on is called Exposed by, I think the lawyer's name was Richard Balat. Highly recommend it to understand what's involved with these litigations, these tort litigations on the pollution side. They're fascinating. And if any of you, like you, want to be a lawyer, you're going to be a lawyer, you can be a great lawyer,
Hopefully.
by the way, or thinking about becoming a lawyer, going to law school, this will give you a real insight into the complexity, the science, the harassment that this lawyer was subjected to by DuPont. He sued DuPont, won this big judgment. So the book is called Exposed, and it's a really fast and interesting read. I recommend it.
Since we're out of time, and since this panel and this whole event is about time, let me just say this. On the state tort action, it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. We're going to start winning those suits, and the question is, will that win come soon enough, really, ultimately? And the one thing that gives me hope, and I know this is cliche, people under 30 give me hope. Everyone under 30 sort of gets it, and so you need to kick the older people in the butt and get us going. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dana R. Fisher, Director at the Center for Environment, Community, and Equity, and Professor of School of International Service here at American University. Her research spotlight will talk about the role that activism, climate activism that is playing and will continue to play in the struggle to achieve sufficient climate action. Her comments will build on the findings from her new book, Saving Ourselves, From Climate Shock to Climate Action. Welcome on stage, Dana.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Well, that's louder than I thought. First and foremost, I want to thank Eat the Change, which has donated this wonderful climate-sensitive iced tea in glass, not petrochemical-based plastic. So please feel free to get some at some point. They're outside, but not now. Anyway, so Given the positions of the leaders of the COP28, along with the fact that fossil fuel expansion continues all around the world, it is abundantly clear that even though we might make some incremental political progress during this round of the climate negotiations, this round of negotiations will not get us anywhere near where we need to be to limit the climate crisis. As the just released global carbon budget documents, with our current political trajectory, carbon emissions from fossil fuels will continue to rise. At the same time, even though clean energy is expanding, that's not making a big difference, at least not yet. As a result, we can expect that there'll be more climate shocks that are more severe, come more frequently, and lead to bigger and more disruptive climate activism. I'm Dana Fisher. I'm the director of the Center for Environment, Community, and Equity, and a professor in the School of International Service at American University. I've been studying climate decision-making and climate activism for over 20 years. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about my recent paper in Nature, plus my new book, Saving Ourselves, From Climate Shocks to Climate Action, which is going to be out in February, by the way. And I'm specifically going to focus on the role that this growing and evolving climate movement is going to play in helping us to save ourselves. As climate shocks become more frequent and more severe, they will inevitably lead to more social conflict. This will be driven by the fact that areas of the world are becoming uninhabitable. At the same time, resources are becoming more scarce, and climate migration, which the ambassadors were talking about earlier today, is becoming much more common. As climate shocks and their effects continue, so too will climate activism. More people will join activists in the streets demanding change. There's a ton of research that documents the natural progression of social movements. Either social movements fizzle out, or they get more confrontational the longer the activism goes on without achieving its goals. Given how the climate crisis is worsening, there's no reason to expect that climate activism is going to fizzle out. Instead, activists will grow more confrontational as the climate crisis continues, and the political system continues not to respond in the level it needs to. Some recent notable examples of confrontational climate activism include, as I'm sure you all have seen, throwing soup, throwing other kinds of food, blocking traffic, slow walking, stopping events. We just saw an event blocked at the Met Opera last week in New York City, bird dogging, as well as blocking buildings. These confrontational actions and the fact that they're becoming more common is evidence of what we in the social sciences call a radical flank. A radical flank is a faction of a movement that spins off and chooses to become more confrontational, more disruptive as a means of achieving its goals. However, as my colleagues and I recently noted in Nature, the radical flank of the climate movement is a far cry from the radical flanks of previous social movements in terms of the types of actions they're taking so far. Previous social movements involved bombing buildings, blowing up car dealerships, slashing actual famous works of art, and so on, more and more. In my new book, Saving Ourselves, I document how the radical flank of the climate movement currently involves groups that I call shockers. Those are activists that are using civil disobedience to draw media attention and public attention to the climate crisis, and disruptors. Those are activists that are engaging in civil disobedience as part of a broader campaign. This cycle of historically, the radicalization of social movement tactics has led to the emergence of counter-movements, as well as law enforcement that becomes increasingly repressive. This cycle of increasing confrontation and more repression can escalate quickly into violence. The deal is that if there is violence, it is very likely to increase sympathizers to the issue itself, as well as to bring out more people into the streets. There is reason to believe that both large numbers of activists and disruptive protests is going to be needed and necessary components of the climate movement before we see the kinds of political outcomes that are needed to address sufficiently the climate crisis. And particularly when we watch what's going on right now at the COP28 negotiations, where we see entrenched fossil fuel interests playing a very big role, wielding more and more power, and certainly contributing more to this round of climate negotiations than ever before, it's clear that it will take everyone doing all types of activism. That is shockers, disruptors, everyday people working within their communities to build both social and climate resilience that will help to support a transition to clean energy that will help us all to save ourselves. The next panel I'm going to introduce you to now introduces you to some of the leaders of the vanguard of the climate movement. So let's welcome them onto the stage. Hi, guys.
Hi. Hello.
Well, so today what I'm going to do is I'll introduce each of you quickly, and then we have a couple questions, and there may be time for questions. I'm not sure, depending on how we go. Okay, so we'll do this in order then. So next to me is JP Mejia. He's a student here at American University and also a spokesperson for the Sunrise Movement. Next to him is Michael Greenberg. He is the co-founder of the founder of Climate Defiance, and he works specifically on using direct action to resist the fossil fuel industry and the politicians supporting it. And at the end of the row, we have Elizabeth/Lisa Finn. Lisa is relatively new to the climate movement and got involved when her daughter became a climate activist protesting the Mountain Valley Pipeline 5 years ago. And she is now working with Third Act Virginia as a volunteer and has been doing so since right after it was formed. Thank you all for joining me. So what I wanted to do to start is I'm going to ask you each to talk a little bit about who are your members and supporters and how do you aim to mobilize them? So maybe we'll go this way and then we'll go back and forth. How's that?
Okay, so I'm with Third Act Virginia, which is Third Act. It's a national organization. It's only been in business for 2 years. We're all mainly volunteers. Bill McKibben was the founder of it, and he realized that there was a lot of untapped energy with people 60 and older who could have more time and have extra money to put toward climate activism. And so 2 years ago, I got involved after meeting people from the Mountain Valley Pipeline actions, became friends with them, and we formed Third Act Virginia. And what Third Act Virginia does is we focus on the banks, the big banks that are funding the fossil fuel, and also democracy, because we all have to make sure we can have the right to vote, and that is very important in our environment as well. Make sure we vote for the right people. And so here in Virginia, we do a lot of bank actions. We find that Bill McKibben will, with his power of the pen, signs up people, and people will say, oh yeah, I like that organization, but then working groups in all over the country have to decide, well, what are we going to work on? And we have a lot of autonomy. So we've been going out and protesting banks, and it's actually been a good recruiting of people to come out, first-time activists coming out and protesting banks. So there's a lot more, but I'll pass it on.
Michael, you want to talk a little bit about who's participating and how you're bringing people in?
Sure, absolutely. People who are participating in Climate Defiance are intense as hell and done with business as usual. A lot of our supporters have found us on our website, Twitter, TikTok, and have been really excited to get involved. And then we mobilize them for disruptive confrontational protests, chasing politicians off of stages, blocking doors, chasing cars, all that jazz.
Great. JP?
Sunrise is a movement of young people who are fighting for a Green New Deal, which is a big plan that we are demanding of our government to transition our society off of fossil fuels in a way that gives everyone a more dignified and better living in the process. From the moment that Sunrise started out, the people who we mobilized were young people on college campuses and towns and cities all over the United States. And part of what we do and sort of what, we'll talk about targets later, but we are an explicitly political movement. I mean, things might look different at the university based on what we're fighting for, but at large, Sunrise Movement is an explicitly political movement that is attempting to change how politics itself works in the United States, and with it, the sort of political possibilities that we're able to reach for as a generation.
Great. So I want to turn now to tactics. And one of the reasons that these three individuals who represent these specific organizations are here is because they all have chosen to bring in some level of civil disobedience into the work they're doing. So I was hoping you could talk about the tactics that your organization uses and your choice to engage in it. And I guess we'll just keep going in this rotation.
Yeah, and I do want to say we all have different tactics, and we don't know what's going to be more effective, what's not going to work, it's kind of like throwing something at everything. And so I love all these other tactics, but our tactic is we're made up of 60-year-olds and over, although I'm only 58, but I have a fake ID. But we have, it's a big umbrella. So we have people that are, physically limited. So there might be over 80, but they're still signing petitions, they're still writing postcards, they're still doing things that keeps them engaged. And then we have, we'd like to have more of this, but we'd like to have sort of the flank that are more, let's do more nonviolent direct action. Let's push it. Let's get arrested. Let's do these kinds of things. So part of what our job is in Virginia is to try to move the people, and we also work with DC and Maryland, try to move people from writing petitions to coming out for protests and then possibly getting arrested, nonviolent direct action type of thing. So we do that by protesting in front of banks. I have a newsletter that I send out, almost twice weekly that has all the different news of here's what's happening in the country and the world as far as protesting goes. And lots of stuff about the Mount Valley Pipeline, because that is near and dear to our heart. It's in Virginia, and we do a lot of that. So a lot of it's keeping our people informed and then bringing them out and connecting with them. I found that, including myself, if I don't know people that are going out to a protest, I won't go out. I just won't. It's like, and nobody's depending on me. It's okay. I'll just stay home. I need to watch my junk TV. It's okay. But if I know people and people are kind of depending on me, I have a job. I have to take some rocking chairs, which that's kind of our thing is rocking chair rebellion. Then I show up. And I always love it. I feel so good when I show up, and so does everybody else. And then we make more connections. And I feel like that's how we're kind of enlarging our movement, by these little connections, getting people out. So.
Oh, wonderful. And so the question was, what are the tactics that we use,
Yeah.
right? Okay, great. Very intense ones, in short. We do not believe in getting arrested for the sake of getting arrested. The time has come and gone for pre-negotiated arrests where you make a deal with the police in advance that you will cross this symbolic line and get a $50 post and forfeit. We believe in really, really being genuinely disruptive. So we've chased Joe Manchin off a stage. We've chased Pete Buttigieg off a stage. We've chased Jerome Powell off multiple stages in multiple cities. We blocked the entrances to the Correspondents' Dinner. Business as usual is literally a death sentence for us, so we need to stop it in every way we can.
Great.
Yeah, I really appreciate that sort of not just doing something for the sake of doing something. I think that, actions and tactics themselves are always a way to carry out your strategy. If that's not why you're doing an action, then maybe you should keep busy in another way, because it's really stressful. It's a really stressful way to keep busy. Actions are meant to carry out your strategy and bring people together. And I think to conceptualize the strategy of tactics that Sunrise uses, I'd probably reference the sort of like action that first put us on the map in 2018. For those who don't know the story, in 2018, Sunrise was a couple dozen kids with clipboards who were getting involved in the 2018 midterm elections in the midst of the Trump administration, trying to elect a new majority of Democrats that would care about climate change. And they set out to do that. And once the House, or Democrats retook a majority in the House of Representatives, and the Speaker at that time, Nancy Pelosi, was chosen to sort of lead the caucus, a breaking story came out on the Hill that said Democrats scrap climate change on their list of priorities. And we knew that was coming, but it was a moment to mobilize and essentially change the very way that we talked about climate in the United States and stretch the boundaries of what was imaginable for us as a society to do to respond to a crisis at the speed, scope, and scale that science and justice demanded. And so 100 young people were trained and slept at a church overnight, and the very next day, they calmly walked into Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office and then broke into an action where they said that they were not going to leave until they could talk to the Speaker of the House as a generation that was terrified about the future of whether she would support something called a Green New Deal or not. Only a couple of months later, the Green New Deal was now the center of the conversation on climate politics, and any Democrat who wouldn't support a Green New Deal would have to say, like, okay, well, then what am I going to support? No longer was the conversation, is this thing real or not? So part of what makes the sort of tradition of tactics at Sunrise is something called effective polarization, where you are forcing the public to choose a side, but you're always speaking to a majority of the public, and you're anchoring it in a moral decision that connects to popular values, which most people have. Do we deserve politicians that are going to choose our lives for us based on the interests of a handful of fossil fuel executives? Or will you stand with the 120 kids who told stories about losing their homes in California and the apocalyptic floods that they experienced in Florida? I mean, that's a pretty clear choice that you're not only targeting policymakers with, but also the public. And so there's a whole lot there that sort of underlines the sort of tradition of strategy and tactics, but speaking to the public and sort of weaponizing the spectacular nature of American politics is definitely two of those things.
Great. Well, I mean, the next question I have that you received was a question about how you select the targets for your activism. And so maybe you can each talk a little bit about the decision-making process that the organization goes through to pick those.
So I always just think that environmental groups should we should just have one big environmental group, and it should just be focused on this. But I've come to realize that everybody has a different focus, and it's really important that everybody has sort of their environmental lane. So Third Act's lane has been the dirty banks funding fossil fuel and the money. We're also doing divestment in colleges, and so we have been focused on the banks, Wells Fargo, Chase, Citibank, and Bank of America. I did want to put those out there because those are the big four dirty banks that fund fossil fuel, and still spend billions of dollars funding fossil fuels, even though they say, oh yeah, we're green. So that's kind of been our target. We have found that because older people have a lot of money in banks, the boomer generation and the older generation above that has like 70% of the money are in the banks are in their accounts. So they have a stake in that. That is their money that is being used to fund fossil fuels. So it kind of makes it easy for us to do that. So that's why we choose banks. We are going to kind of transition a little bit to LNG because that's kind of a new thing that we're going to Third Act is going to be focused on in the near future. So.
Sure. In terms of how we choose targets, yeah, we started with Biden because, we wanted a target that is salient. We didn't want an obscure, unheard of target that people can't really relate to. So, Biden, right, has the name recognition, is powerful, and has a lot that he could be doing that he isn't. But we've actually since expanded, and this is unusual for environmental groups. We're kind of opportunistic about who we target. So honestly, a lot of who we target just depends on what we see that's going on. So, we saw that Pete Buttigieg, for example, had a speech in Baltimore, and we decided, there are a few oil terminals that are worse than Keystone that are going through Pete's department. He's speaking an hour away. The tickets are affordable. Okay, let's all go there. So we don't kind of. I think both aspects are good, right? Having long-term campaign strategy, but also knowing how to kind of seize the moment when a good opportunity presents itself.
Great.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, there was, and I think we can go into an anecdote with this one of a moment that we shared, Michael. But I think that choosing your target is often, like the way that you plan to do that, just often goes with carrying out your strategy. And so I think that if you're in the middle of a moment where you're trying to pressure a decision maker to choose something that you want them to choose, like that is who your target is. Your target is usually the decision maker. And that's an important thing because it's important to also just separate the target from the villain sometimes as something that gets sort of confused. And that also depends on again, what you're trying to do. But there are, I think, moments where like that strategy kind of collapses too. And I think about it particularly during the fight for Build Back Better, which then became the zombie bill that then ended up becoming the IRA. When we had been targeting Biden for a really long time, we went through so many different tactics, right? I mean, from blockading entrances to the White House to then, having a group of, kids in Sunrise go on hunger strike, and Michael was there helping out, and so was your mom as their nurse. But it just wasn't working. And it got to a point where we sort of realized that Joe Manchin was really just like the evil guy who was like not letting anyone budge in any way. And I think there was a moment overnight when these folks were like done with their hunger strike and they were still quite weak, where they're just like, F the strategy, like, we're just pissed at Joe Manchin. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to send people on kayaks tomorrow to see when he wakes up on his yacht, and then we're going to chase him and say, we want to live, because what else are we going to do? And the interesting thing is, in that moment, then we got like a good amount of people to wake up at like 4 a.m. and go to this church and plan this action, and then chase Joe Manchin out of his yacht into his Maserati. Insane sentence, crazy sentence, okay? But also, the funniest thing about that was that, what ended up happening was that action, which actually had very little strategy behind it, ended up being cited in the press and amongst insider circles as something that really bothered him and really made him look really bad, because he seemed like one of the entitled rich guys that he actually supposedly doesn't like. And that kind of, some people say that pushed him to the decision-making table. And so it's all sort of both planned out and iterative, and part of the sort of flank and shockers and disruptors kind of ordeal is that sometimes these things are very methodically planned out, and other times it's just infusions of rage that come out and yield incredible political effects.
No question that emotion plays a big role in all of this, for sure. I have more to ask, but I wanted to open it up and see if there are any questions in the audience before I ask another question. Go ahead, but introduce yourself, though, please.
Yes, I'm Chandler Randall. I'm a former student. Thank you. Former student from American. I'm just curious how you each define success. So what does success look like? What metrics do you use? What does failure look like, too?
Should I go first?
Anybody who wants to go, you can just. Sure.
That's a really good question. What is success? And, for the Mountain Valley Pipeline, success would be they not building the pipeline anymore. But also success could be, hey, look, we got 20 new people coming out and that have never come out as protesters before. Or we could say we delayed, going back to the pipeline, we delayed the pipeline, for the tree sits for 932 days. So it's okay, that was successful. but they're still building that pipeline, so it's a tough question.
Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, the big goals, right? It's parts per million, and it's also creating a just economy and just world in the process. But we got to take the intermediate victories as they come and use those to build more power, show that there's a track record, and to get farther. So I'll tell one exciting story from Climate Week this year. We saw that Deputy Interior Secretary Tommy Boudreau was speaking. So he's the person who physically signed the Willow Project. So we blocked the doors as he was trying to enter. Then we interrupted his speech in front of hundreds of policymakers, calling him, in these words, a climate criminal. Then we chased him out of the building and chased his car down multiple avenues, not blocks. And what happened 15 days after that?
He quit.
He resigned. And sure enough was replaced by a much better person who is very aware of what will happen to her if she steps out of line. So we can use these intermediate victories to build power as we go and go from one victory to the next, hopefully.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and one that's often hard to answer because I think there's often two dominant traditions of social movements, at least over the past 100 years here in the United States, and it sort of swings from a mass protest movement to what we call a structure-based movement. And so a mass protest-based movement, you can think of Black Lives Matter or even some elements of the climate movement. They are sort of decentralized, and often the way that they begin is through a centralized location or a moment that then spills out. And the message and the demands get disseminated across the whole country. And it's hard to measure what success looks like then. If we're imagining Black Lives Matter over 2020, for example, one of the things that I think demobilizes our generation a lot, for example, is that, if we think of police reform or defunding the police as something that was a goal, we saw the opposite happen, right? And so could you say that it was a complete utter failure? Maybe, but I think what would be contestable there is did you actually change frameworks about how people think about policing and prisons or racial justice in this country, and where you elevated it to on a list of priorities and salience in American society? That's one way to measure success, which is a bit more abstract. If you're working within a structure-based movement, and the clearest example is a workplace, right? That's an embedded structure where you have a bounded constituency, meaning people that you can count how many people are in that structure. You know how successful you are based on whether you got your goal of getting a new contract or getting the union in the first place. And I think that for the climate movement, there's a lot of sort of crossover between these two traditions, where we are at once trying to elevate a conversation and put it at the moral center of society, and at the same time we're trying to do very literal things like block a pipeline, and something that's very clear. And so I think depending on the particular fight that you're looking at within the climate movement, or whatever you're working on at that point, that's probably what will shape how you measure success.
Anybody? Oh, all right. We're going down this row, apparently.
Oh, sure. Hey, thanks. This is a fascinating conversation. Will Hackman, I'm curious how you think about the political ramifications of some of your tactics. So especially when you're targeting Democratic administrations and lawmakers and, which are historically more willing to move on your message. And, do you think that you are contributing to the apathy and polarization in some ways that young people feel with certain messages that you're using? How do you balance that in trying to keep people engaged, but also sort of with the message of everyone's to blame? How do you balance that?
Do you want to go, Lisa?
Actually, that was more toward Michael, I think.
Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's a question we get all the time, and there's a lot of complexity, right? Because if we just target Republicans, then A, they're not really movable, and B, we're giving Democrats a free pass. But yeah, there are some people who say that, right, going after Biden in an election year could inadvertently help Trump. We obviously don't want to do that. Conversely, there are some people who say that going after Biden from the left actually makes him appeal more to moderate and swing voters, so we're actually helping him. I also think that in this moment, with Gaza being so high in the headlines, going after Biden on climate might or might not actually hurt him that much, because people are thinking much more about his relationship to Gaza. So yeah, there's a lot of complexity, but I also think it is extremely, extremely, extremely important to push Democrats. I mean, the thing I think about constantly is 2009, Democrats had a presidency, 60 seats in the Senate, about 55% of the House, and they just totally dropped the ball on climate because they just didn't care enough, honestly, and didn't want to spend the political capital. And that, can't keep happening. So, yeah, there's no alternative but to keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
I will say that there is a balance, because we don't want Donald Trump to win the next election. That is a given. Nobody wants that, I'm assuming, in this room, but I don't know. But so the fact is, but if we could push him enough without criticizing him, say for instance, we're going to be targeting the DOE for the LNG situation, but we're not going to target Biden per se. And this is coming from Third Act. We're going to target the DOE because that is sort of a sideways to Biden, and that's sort of the strategy that Third Act is taking, in that let's just be really careful and walk that line. We need to have changes, but we cannot have Donald Trump in the White House.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, if you have a comment, because I want to make sure I ask my final question too, but go ahead first.
Okay.
Quickly.
I'll just say that young people need to be inspired, and I think that being able to address the scope of crises that young people are feeling right now is an integral part of actually having a competitive voter base for a Democratic Party in the face of an incredibly authoritarian threat that the GOP presents. I think that the election of the squad and them championing the Green New Deal gave them safe ground, or not gave them safe ground, gave the rest of the caucus safe ground to actually make voters and their base's priorities relevant in how they were governing. And I think that you saw progressives really flex their power during this past sort of governing period and trying to secure a lot of the priorities that the sort of normie Democratic base wanted. And so I think that isolating, and I know that isn't what you're doing, but isolating progressives as perhaps being detached or rifting the sort of party's priorities and its ability to effectively govern an agenda that's popular is less accurate than the sort of moderates like Josh Gottheimer and Joe Manchin, who are actually able to divert attention and governing ability away from the priorities of the Democratic Party's base and alienate voters in the process without any consequences. And so I think that investing and really having our champions for the Green New Deal run the party and call a lot of its priorities has given courage to a lot other members and has given them an ability to secure some of the promises that have been waved over voters' heads, especially young people, for years, but never actually delivered in some ways that we saw this past governing cycle.
All right, well, since we're almost out of time, I'm going to give you each a impossible task, which is, in the amount of time we have left, or a little more, can you please speak? So we're going to move forward and pretend this is next year, right? We're in fall 2024, before the election. What is the message to the Democratic Party, and what should be the message for COP29? Quickly, of course.
Somebody else can go first.
You go first.
Oh, God.
You can do it, JP.
Don't fuck this up. I think that's the first thing that really came out of me. I'm so sorry if I made anyone else's job harder by doing that.
I know it's fine. I think it's fine. Do you want to add to that, Michael?
Respect us or expect us?
All right.
I'd say stay engaged and don't disengage. Don't feel like, oh my God, it's too much, it's too much. Stay engaged and get involved.
Well, with 3 seconds to spare, I want to thank the panelists and thank you so much and thank you everybody for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is climate optimism? Considering it's become sort of a buzzword lately, I think a lot of people might be asking that question. As someone who's been thinking about it for the greater deal of a decade and been looking into the behavioral psychology that goes into being one, and since I'm actually someone now who's made it my mission to help as many people as possible become climate optimists, I thought I might just give a few thoughts about it right now. And there's a lot of complexities that goes into climate optimism, and I can't cover that in 5 minutes, but I'll give it a shot. And I want to start by saying that when climate optimism gained in popularity this past year, I got really excited. But then something interesting happened, because suddenly there was a lot of pushback on climate optimism. Some people called it out and said that it was wrong, it was unrealistic, even dangerous. And that got me quite confused. Climate optimism is dangerous. Like, what does that mean? And it made me realize that it's important that we define what climate optimism is, and more importantly, what it isn't. And for me, climate optimism is a mindset shift that helps sparks hope, creativity, and solutions thinking while keeping a fact-based approach to climate change. So it's not knowing that everything is going to be okay, because the truth is that is far from certain. It's also not sitting on the sidelines and crossing your arms and hope for things to work out, because that just is not serving us. So you can't just say, well, we figured things out in the past, and I believe in humanity to figure it out again. You also can't say, I trust in technology to save us, because yes, we will rely on technology to help build the more sustainable world we want to find ourselves in, but we can't just rely on technology. That's just a part of we're using for creating that world. And so really, to be a climate optimist is not just hoping that things are going to be okay, but to actually be one, you have to actively choose to participate in that change. Can you be worried as a climate optimist? Absolutely. I mean, I'm worried a lot, truth be told. Can you have doubt as a climate optimist? For sure. It's actually in that doubt that we find the reason and the motivation for exploring new ways and questioning the things there is. So actually, in a way, climate optimism isn't even just an attitude, it's a practice. It's a lifestyle choice that puts you smack dab in the middle of the action. Now, what that action looks like will definitely differ from person to person, but we all have a role to play in co-creating a just, equitable, and sustainable world. And so climate optimism is definitely for everyone. Now, a few things need to be clarified here. One is that climate optimism is both a mindset shift and an active practice. Again, you can't be a climate optimist and just hope for things to work out. To be one, you have to actually participate in that shift. And that means that optimism isn't just something you choose or not choose. It's not like, oh, is the glass half empty or half full? For optimism is something you actually create and nurture continuously. I call this being an OIA, an optimist in action. And the cool thing about being an OIA is that it actually kind of fuels itself, because in many ways, climate optimism is contagious, both for yourself and for the people around you. And I talk a lot about this in my book, about how optimism actually is this thing that spins itself. But one reason that is because of happiness hormones. And the happiness hormones are dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins. And they are the body's own reward system that gets produced when we do certain things. So getting things done, having a good night's sleep under a belt, showing up in community work, being there for others, these things will start producing these hormones, which make you feel better, more optimistic, more grounded. And when you feel better, what happens? You will do more work, which will then continue to produce these hormones and continue to motivate you to actually show up for the change that we want to see. And so the cool things that I've noticed is that activism will produce all these happiness hormones. And so being an activist, and whatever that means for you, will make you feel good. And so that means that, yes, you can be aware of and concerned about climate change, and at the same time feel inspired, hopeful, and optimistic about the work that we're here to do to create a better world. And so for me, climate optimism is always and will always be born in the intersection of grounded awareness and empowered action. And one more thing, climate change isn't a battle, right? It's not a battle to be won, it's not a fight. If anything, it's a clear indicator that the world we have built so far is no longer working, right? It has to change. But that means that we, the people living here, needs to find the courage and curiosity and the excitement to actually let go of the old and explore new ways. New ways of living, new ways of transporting, new ways of creating, designing, growing food, whatever it is. A lot of things will have to change. And that is not easy because we're not very good with change. So we need to build that courage to embrace that change. And how will we embrace that change and those challenges if we don't think there's a chance we will do this? Why even try if we think it's already too late, right? And that is what climate optimism is about. It's about recognizing that right now, we have an incredible opportunity to participate in the shift towards a better world. To be alive today means that you have a chance to make history with the people around you and with the whole world as we continue on this journey into something better. And my book, The Climate Optimist Handbook, since I have a chance to plug it here, is exactly what it sounds like. It's a handbook of how to be a climate optimist. And compared to many other books that might be focused on the climate science, the technology, the politics, and all that stuff that's really important, this book is focused on you because it's recognizing that you matter in this. Your health, your physical health, your mental health, your sleep, your community, all of that matters because your commitment and your allyship will only be as strong as you are. And it's also recognizing that optimism is important. So in the book, I talk about climate anxiety and how to deal with that and how to grow emotional resilience in the face of adversity and all these challenges we're up against. It's also about the science of optimism and why that's important. And what I like to say, the more urgent the matter, the greater the need for optimism, right? Because optimism, guess what? Fuels action. And so if you are ready to activate this journey of climate optimism, if you're ready to become a resilient, awesome climate leader, someone to be reckoned with both in your own life, in your community, in your country, in the world, this book, I hope, will help you with that journey. But there's also so much amazing work out there, as you've seen here today. But that is just my little plug of climate optimism. And for those who have been trying to give it pushback, I think you're missing the point of climate optimism, if I dare to say so, because it's not about wishful thinking. It's not about being sure it's going to be okay. It's about choosing to continuously show up for the work, and in doing so, remain an optimist. All right, thank you so much. And with that, I'm actually going to go hand over to the next panel, which now I'm going to have to just pull it up real quick. Also, as we're waiting, if you notice, I've changed my blazer because guess what? I spilled water on my other one. Happens. Good thing I brought both. Okay, so this next panel will feature a discussion about the growing diversity of careers in climate. It brings together a notable AU alumni along with faculty working to train the next generation of climate workers. So please help me welcome
on stage Dean Shannon Hayter, who will introduce the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Really excited to be back on stage here at American University School of International Service. And we have a fabulous panel for you now. As mentioned in the introduction here, we have a growing diversity of careers in climate. It's not just one thing, and we are fortunate to have a phenomenal faculty member and two fabulous alumni from American University who can share their insights, their ideas, and their experience on what this future of climate jobs and employment really looks like. So first, let me introduce our panelists, and then we'll get to the questions. First, at the far end, I'd like to introduce Julie Anderson, who is one of our faculty members at our AU School of Business, the Kogod School of Business. Dr. Anderson is an accomplished business strategist with over 25 years of expertise in asset management across fixed income and equity investing, global financial markets, business development, and client engagement. She's trained as a macroeconomist in developed and emerging markets and has extensive professional and academic expertise in ESG and sustainable investing. Welcome, Dr. Anderson. Second, in the middle here, we have Tyler Steinhardt, who got his bachelor's degree here at our School of International Service in 2015. Tyler is the Chief Strategy Officer at Vocal Media, a digital marketing agency building the creator economy for good. He specializes in developing creative campaigns focused on climate solutions, from stopping fossil fuel proliferation to advocating for investment in clean energy. Previously, he was on the founding team of Peak Action, a media company that produced short documentaries on climate tech solutions. Welcome, Tyler. And right next to me here, we have Brianna Weck, who also got her bachelor's degree here at American University in 2014 in psychology, but minoring in international relations. So Brianna works as the Grants and Finance Specialist for the Secretariat of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. It's a great name, isn't it? It's a great name. She contributes to the HAC Secretariat through managing financial resources and providing grants and project management to support the coalition's mission. Prior to joining HAC, Brianna worked as a grants and contracts analyst with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in the Office of Family Assistance, providing grant monitoring and administration to programs receiving federal funds in the area of relationship education. She also worked in the nonprofit sector doing direct service at a local DC nonprofit that aided young women experiencing homelessness. So let's start hearing from our wonderful panel. And I'll work my way across. And first question, Julie, tell us about the journey that led you to where you are at now.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you and my distinguished panelists. So I was thinking about this last night. How do I summarize sort of 30 years of a career, and how did you end up here? And the thing that I came up with, since we're at an academic institution, is the random walk theory. So the random walk theory says you cannot predict the future path based upon past information, and also that the future path is efficient and takes in all available information. So I thought that was the best way to describe my career, because as you mentioned, I've been in finance my whole career, but I've sort of not necessarily wandered about, but definitely taken on a lot of different roles. And I like the idea of the random walk theory because you're heading off onto a goal, you have a vision, as most students do, this is what I want to be when I grow up, and then you get interrupted along the way, and you're processing information. And I really feel like my career in finance, I was constantly saying, what am I good at, and what am I really passionate about? And I think that curiosity as I'm walking on this path was really what led me to sustainability, because I recognized about 10 years ago that we were about to fundamentally change the way capital is allocated and how businesses, every aspect of the economy, and every business that is functioning in that economy is going to have to change the way they think about it. They're going to have to adopt this entire new language. So really, I was in strategic business planning, and I decided to step away. I got my doctorate in sustainable finance, and now here I am at the university helping students with their journey.
Awesome. Well, let me prompt you a little bit more to tell us now a little bit more about your current work, including if there's a specific project or angle that really gets you up in the morning and wakes you up in the middle of the night.
Yes, so I'm the Associate Program Director for the Masters of Science in Sustainability Management, and with that, I obviously want to promote the program and really show how businesses can value our students, what we're teaching our students here. But I also want to make sure that those students walk away with value. One of the positions that I had was at a company named PIMCO, and they had a saying that was find a hole and fill it. Like, you got hired to do this job, but we're really only going to pay you if you find something that's missing. They relied on us to find that, and I thought that was a beautiful thing for students. So for me, because this program is a sustainability program in a business school, I'm sort of looking at the components. So I would say, as I mentioned before, every business needs to change the way they do things. And then the capital allocators of the world need to look at this new database of information to help them allocate capital. And then you've got the regulatory body, those influencing both of the other two. And that's the thing that I'm focused on most. What are the gaps between those three components that our students can fill? And I would say that the most important thing is knowing the language, so knowing climate language, that's including environmental sciences, but then also being able to communicate, because historically that's the problem. Companies and capital allocators don't always communicate, and the regulatory bodies don't. So my focus is on helping students fill those gaps.
Very cool. Excellent. All right, second intro, Tyler. Same questions, 1-2 punch. First question, tell us a little bit about your journey that landed you where you are right now.
Yeah, the gaps, jumping off of that, honestly, is probably where I kind of come in. I went to SIS. I did not do anything related to climate a little bit, and found myself doing sports and entertainment marketing and media for quite a bit. After a couple of years of my career, I was like, I'm really interested in climate tech and climate solutions. How do I find this? And I felt like the gap was that the communication stuff to reaching people about these issues was lacking. I wanted to figure out, how do I take my social media skills, my content background, and fill that more than anything. And so I took time off. I took 6 months of not working, actually, and just learning about the issues to catch up a little bit, and to meet people, to ask conversations, to figure out where to go. And then ended up sort of joining a team that was doing short documentaries, a company called Peak Action, and then more recently doing a lot of TikTok creator-focused stuff. And so for me, my own kind of career path, I really like the sort of like random walk. I've always think about it as like maximizing luck surface area. And I do that by going to conferences or meeting people or having conversations. And right now I find myself in a position where I'm leveraging social media to make climate communications and solutions happen.
All right, so tell us a little bit more about more of your current work. And you just have to know, I'm restraining myself from like using my prerogative here to say, act out one of your TikTok messages. So you don't have to do that, but.
It would be worse because I've worked with Brianna on a TikTok before, unrelated to her current job. And, no, I do a lot of TikTok campaigns with big groups like a Sierra Club, as an example, to anything on the activist side. More recently, we did a pretty big one that I believe Dr. Fisher, who's in the audience, has written about before, about the End Fossil Fuels March as an example of like how to rally people. And I think the challenge for a lot of climate communicators is that the information can be a little bit wonky, and try and make it more simplified for people is really important. And so on the End Fossil Fuels March, we just sort of use that as a way to drive people to action, to show up to that day, and to be part of that and sort of have that kind of conversation. Sometimes it can be really in the weeds too, though. It can be, hey, how do we stop an LNG terminal from being built in the Cameron Parish in Louisiana? And how do we talk about why this is not a real climate solution, why we do need to end fossil fuels, why we should push back on the stuff, why the stuff shouldn't be rubber stamped by FERC or the DOE? And how do we take all that information that's so heady and condense it into a minute and a half? And finding the right partners and creators to kind of communicate that stuff is the kind of folks that we work with right now.
Very cool. All right, third round. Brianna,
Yeah.
over to you. Tell us a little bit about your journey that got you where you are right now.
Sure. It's great that we had Julie go first because I'm also going to jump off the random walk example. So I started off studying psychology at American University, and if you had asked me at the time of graduation what I was going to do, I was going to work for a little bit and I was going to get my master's in social work. I ended up doing direct service. It was a pretty challenging time because when I entered the space, it was COVID and there was a lot of challenges that came with being on the ground during that time. But I was able to kind of assess even still that this was not the space I wanted to be in. I was a little burnt out. What do I do using what I've learned in this first job that wasn't the right field for me? And I ended up taking the skills I learned. I had been implementing kind of a grant program on the ground, and then I said, okay, let's transition that back. Let's do grant programming for the federal government where we monitor these programs that go out and are implemented on the ground. And that was fine. The federal government is, a little slow, so I was looking for something a little bit more fast-paced. And the great thing about the climate world, the environmental space, is things are always happening. There's always movement, and so I kind of also worked backwards saying, okay, I have this experience with grant monitoring, grant analysis, taking these elements of program management and, kind of budget management, and how do I apply this to now my current role? So get kind of always just this working back of what skills do I have and how can I plug them into the next place and where I go from there.
Excellent. Well, tell us a little bit about what you're focusing on now.
Yes. So the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People is a very new secretariat. We just, the coalition has been around since 2019 when it was kind of founded. And at this point, we recently started the secretariat this past year. The coalition now is up to 117 member nations, which is very exciting. So our goal is we are focused on 30 by 30, so conserving 30% of the world's land and sea by the year 2030. So we are really acting on mobilizing politics and policies related to that on the international level and even within the member nations themselves. And additionally, we are working on implementing as the Secretariat matchmaking tools, so both a technical assistance matchmaking tool as well as a financial assistance matchmaking tool where we can connect providers with countries that are looking for opportunities to grow in that way, specifically related to 30 by 30.
Very cool. Awesome. Well, we've got a little bit of flexibility for our discussion time, so I am going to first open it up to the audience. Any comments or questions, go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll sort of alternate between any questions from the audience and my taking over some questions for y'all, or y'all bringing in some questions for each other, too. So, but let me pause now and take a look and see if we have any questions from the audience to start with. All right. Get ready. Keep them coming. In the meantime, I'm trying to not go right to all of these fantastic questions I want to ask you because I just feel like I'd be leaping ahead 20 years before I start right here. So let's start a little bit reflective and built. Okay, reflective. What do you wish you had known 5 years ago or 10 years ago that students now should know?
We were just discussing this like outside maybe half an hour ago a little bit, and both Brianna and I were saying, hey, we wish we would have paid a little more attention in class and networked some people. But I think it's that you don't realize the connections, relationships that you make at certain points of your life might be super helpful down the road in collaboration or sort of building with people. And so sometimes there's a transactional nature to community building, relationship building, or networking in the business sense. But oftentimes it becomes really helpful down the road. And so that's what I wish I would have told my 20-year-old self a little bit, was to make more of those relationships and to pay a little more attention in class. But I think Dr. Anderson had some thoughts too before about like things sort of like looking back that you can kind of see now that are becoming more important now.
Yeah, I really, it goes back to, when you're trying to affect monumental change, you have to really know your audience. I feel like that's one of the biggest skill sets. Is we have a lot of passionate environmentalists that are really understanding the dire situation that our planet is in, and they feel really passionate about it. But if they approach it in a way and use language that falls on deaf ears when you're talking to a business person, you're not going to get them to change the way they do business. So this idea that that you have to know your audience and know the best way to bring them on board, I think that's really the challenging thing. And you know, again, these gaps, like business people, they just don't know. They don't know what's important to stakeholder constituents. So it's important to get that information back to them so they can affect change. But you have to do it in a way that you have a willing audience. The minute you cut off that line of communication because you've approached it in a way that doesn't respect the fact that they're a company that has a profit, they need to turn a profit for their investors. As soon as you break that confidence or that communication line, then you're back to square zero or even before. So I really think that in a business school, in particular, it's about those communication skills and how do we have an open, respectful dialogue, because that's something that we see time and time again in this space where you just have people becoming polarized on an issue. So keeping it civilized, keeping it open, respectful, so that everybody can come to the table is one of the things that 5 years ago, you know, we were just headstrong, like, let's just get ESG data going and let's just go, go, go. And we didn't realize that we weren't pulling along enough of the people that needed to make the change. So now we have this division.
And that change is not easy either. Like any of that kind of stuff, from the business sense to actual policy too, it takes time. And I think that it's easy to get excited about things like in the short term where you start building something, but the long-term change takes a lot of time and effort and stakeholders being involved.
I think that's where the concept and the skills of diplomacy really come in, you know. And how about yourself?
I was going to note on these aspects of skills, and when you go into kind of the career field, I think that a lot of times in my head, when I was trying to enter the career field, I was thinking about these skills as these very abstract or very technical areas. And some, you know, finance skills might be very technical, but things kind of like those communication skills, even networking, kind of sound very difficult, but it really just comes down to, you know, like talking to people in your class, connecting, seeing where those common interests lie, not thinking about these skills as something very hard and very difficult to overcome, because that kind of can create a barrier to even wanting to learn them, but thinking about them as something that you can tackle, and you probably have a little bit of experience in other ways in tackling them yourself.
Yeah, I'm really struck by the connections on it, because I think sort of shifting your mind on what it means to network. You know, I also didn't come from a networking background, and when you first hear that, it sounds so transactional, and almost a little dirty. But as you go on, if you're lucky to really get to do some exciting things, you realize the world, no matter how big it is, gets smaller and smaller and smaller for people who share passion in specific issues. And so it's not who I had a transaction with 10 years ago, it's who I sat next to us in class, and I know who they are and who they aren't, and I know what their skills are, and now they're across the world, and I can just call them up and say, what's really going on, you know, with your parliament right now, because I just don't get it, you know. And I think that comes into some of these business negotiations too, right? Is thinking it's not a one moment in time interaction, but it's something that you're going to have to be building that persistence and imagination if you're going to really get progress.
Yeah, and it reminds me something now that we're sort of aligned on that. The other thing that I remember very acutely from my last few positions in industry was that I always felt like, don't believe me, let me show you this research, or let me believe this other person, this expert in the room. And that links back to this idea that when you're networking and when you're communicating, it's far better to have science and data behind you than it is to make it opinion-based. When it becomes opinion-based, you're not going to solve it. It's just going to be my opinion versus your opinion over and over and over again. So bringing information to bear. So again, thinking about the student population, when sustainability and ESG investing began, we didn't have enough data. It was like, we can't make decisions because not enough companies are reporting data. Now we have the opposite. We have volumes of data, and we don't know what to do with it. So I would say that having those abilities to distill large data sets into something that's meaningful, and everyone is trying to measure impact, that's the big theme. So data analysis, if you can line that up in your skill set, definitively keep that in your back pocket because you'll need it.
And I think the skill set portion is kind of where that's ultimately how I found myself in the climate space overall, is just having the grant skill set. And I think that maybe you won't have the ability to go into a role with technical expertise right away, but if you are looking for roles within the climate space, there are so many opportunities. There's so much money. People need operations people, you need communications people, you need all these different areas to support the overall action that's being taken. So if you don't necessarily think, oh, you know, I'm not writing the research papers on this climate action area, I'm not the person with the scientific background, that's okay. There's so much that is needed in that space as well.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake a lot of people make, is thinking they need to be like environmental science experts to understand how the greenhouse effect works or something. But in reality, it's that individual skill at a certain company too that's really relevant. And for you, it's operations. For some folks, it's the business. Sometimes it's communication. But finding where you fit is so much more critical than knowing the nitty gritty of what COP28 is or how the greenhouse effect works or things like that.
Great. Let me check in with the audience. We've got a question over here. So if we have a mic for the questioners.
Or just speak loud.
You can probably be loud
Yeah,
enough.
I can repeat what you're saying afterwards. But
Yeah.
Speak loudly. All right, perfect. So thanks for bringing up the topic of ESG data. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
All right. People around me don't
it's
see the
mostly for
screen.
folks online,
Yeah,
so they can
fair
hear
enough. So just to expand upon ESG data, you know, personally for me, I'm looking to break into that field, just coming from the development management program of SIS. But, you know, just one thing I'm always pondering is like, how can someone with a monitoring valuation background sort of get into that data analysis field of ESG or more broadly social impact? So two questions are just, what are some good entry points for students interested in getting into that type of data work? And, you know, secondly, what are some key metrics that these for-profit companies are focused on? And I only ask this part just because the alumni, colleagues, et cetera, I talk to, they say the M&E space, or at least the data space, the evaluation space within that for-profit side is still developing, and there's still some work need to be done. So curious to hear responses to that. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, my gut response is it's all being developed, and we need as many people focused on it as possible. So it's actually early days in the development of these things. So, you know, how do you get involved? I think there are, number one, knowing where we are in the evolution of things. So there's global consolidation going on, which I think is a good thing. For a while, we were developing our own sort of metrics or accounting standards here in the US, and Europe was on its own path, and China as well. And now we're consolidating into some international organizations. So I would say that the first thing to do is to understand who the major data aggregators and data providers are. And there's some key ones out there. I mean, ISS, MSCI, Sustainalytics. My doctoral research was with RepRisk database, which is an AI-generated source for sustainability data. So my advice was get your hands into it. Like, just get a hold of some data. Bloomberg's got some data. And do some analysis. Start to understand what the buckets are and what are being measured so that you have context. Once you get that context and start looking at it, it's going to open up. You're going to be surprised just how much it's like drinking from a fire hose. So a lot of data out there. We still need a lot of help understanding it. And you mentioned, you know, how are companies still don't know what they need to report on and how it's being valued by investors or others. So it is consolidating. It's hard to keep up with, but I do think there's a number of initiatives where as soon as you start Googling around, you're going to find out who the global leaders are. And I would say start there. Start reading some of their research. Most data providers do in-house research, so you can understand why they think certain variables have material impact. So it's great. It's all about curiosity. So it's a great question, and welcome. And I'm also happy to talk offline.
anyone else on it? Nope. Any other questions? So we got a couple back here.
Hi, thank you all for being here. I'm thinking about what it feels like to be in the workplace when you're working in climate or the environment or sustainability. I've heard stories of people being in work environments where they feel really taken advantage of or underworked, underpaid. So I was just wondering if any of you had suggestions about what you would like to see, like how can these workspaces really make them enjoyable places to work, especially considering sometimes the material that you're working on can be really emotionally draining or, have lots of other existential, consequences.
I'm happy to take it if no one's take it. I think it's tough. I think the talk before was about climate optimism as an example too, and like how to create that framework. I think that for any company or organization you work at, it's the same principles and values that matter a lot. And it's finding a place that has built that culture to begin with versus sort of like just talking about the subject material all the time. And so like what I mean by that as an example is places that create time for space or create time for creativity or create time to challenge ideas, I think is the healthiest. If you're at an organization that is all obsessed with like the latest news coming out about COP or climate or charts or how hot it is, it's going to be a really tough place too because you're tying your emotional well-being to the state of the planet and you have very little control over the state of the planet. And I think that's my initial gut is like look for places that already have established work cultures already versus looking for places that are sort of going with the tide of what's happening outside the world.
And as somebody who's spent kind of my career to this point in the nonprofit and public sector, it is really hard being in these kind of helping professions because you do often feel like you're taking the weight of the world, no matter what area you're working on your shoulders. Yeah. And it can be really hard when you go home some days and you feel like, oh my God, I haven't done anything. Nothing is changing, nothing's working. And I kind of try to tell myself, and I've had conversations with other friends that have worked in this space, and it's kind of like refreshing your mind and setting the boundaries in your mind that while you didn't necessarily, for lack of a better word, mess up the world to get to this point, you haven't created these problems that exist. You're doing your best just by being there, and by being there, you are making an impact because if you weren't there, nobody would be. So even if you feel like maybe I'm not getting as far as I wish I could, just by being there, you are doing something, and you really can kind of use that as a jumping point to continue motivating yourself, I feel like.
I'll jump in on that from sort of the business side of it, because I think there in particular, you can get a lot of pushback, and if it's early days. So most public companies put out corporate social responsibility statements. And I think that it's interesting whether they're doing that sort of because they need to do it or because they truly believe it. And I would say that there's new trends to be aware of. So one is that the board of directors of public companies are increasingly looking for sustainability skills. So if they have a committee on sustainability at the board level, or if you can hear directly from the CEO that this is a part of their passion. Because what I could say is, to your point, if you don't have leadership from the very top, the board and the C-suite level, trying to affect change down here to middle managers who, by the way, don't think that their bosses are bought in, you're literally swimming upstream the entire time. It's going to be exhausting. So you can do some basic business research to find out just how passionate and how dearly held these beliefs are, even if the change that they're undertaking is massive. If you have vision and leadership at the top, it'll be much easier for you to affect the change you need to, even at a starting level.
I wish we could finish the questions of the audience, but I'm seeing our buzzer about to go off. So I'm going to use this last minute to do one last, chance for our panelists. And I'm going to give you a choice between maybe an easy question and maybe a little bit harder question that I didn't prep them for, so it's out of the blue. Easy question is, your one sentence, final message to young people today or people who are looking to change their careers about what to look for climate? Or what is the fantasy job that you wish 10 years from now were part of the sort of climate architecture that's a gap that needs to be filled that you would love to see? Really easy one, that one. But maybe we'll come back down
I'll
to,
just take the hard one since I just reflected on it. I do think that boards, public boards. We all know that a lot of them in Europe, there's a mandate to have 40% female participation, and they're looking for diversity. They typically have, an audit committee, a compensation committee. There's some committee structures. My dream job in the future is that every board of directors has to have a sustainability officer and a sustainability officer within the C-suite. So that would be my hope.
I'll take the easy question then. I think it's to figure out the type of company organization that you want to fit in based on the stuff that gets you excited. And so as more of a startup-y person, I tried to find something that was better fit for me than maybe the nonprofit sector as an example. And it's a different type of emotional border and a different type of company structure. And so to think about where in the climate fight, is it at a publicly traded company where you're moving a big ship slowly, or is it more at a climate protesty social justice organization where it's that kind of stand? It's two very different types of work. And so to make sure that aligns with you in that fight too, or you're going to find yourself just sort of like wishy-washy all the time.
Because I'm a bit newer, I will have to take the easy one. I'm still learning a lot about the hard question you asked. But in terms of what I would share is that you always have transferable skills. Everybody always says that, and that's kind of like a vague, broad statement. You have transferable skills, but it is so true. Even your just ability to talk to other people and connect with others is a skill set that you can use. And so even if you feel like you are the person that doesn't know the most about this technical area, or you don't know the most about this climate area, there's always time to learn, and there's always people that are so excited to share their knowledge and share what they have to share. So just take the skills that you have and utilize them wherever you can go, because you have them.
That's great advice.
Awesome. Great place to end it. Please join me in thanking our panelists and
Thank
thanking
you.
We Don't Have Time for allowing us to be on this stage today. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. If wasted and unused food were a country, it would be the third largest emitter of carbon dioxide after United States and China. So if you think that food waste is a problem we should be focusing on, you are right. And therefore, I am so excited to introduce our next research spotlight. Matt Hartings will talk about the multidisciplinary efforts of the NSF-sponsored Recipes Network in building sustainable solutions to the issue of wasted foods. Welcome to stage, Matt.
Thank you. This one, all the way. On Friday evening, the Biden-Harris administration released the draft of a national strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as part of their COP28 work. The key target of this strategy is wasted food. Now, this might not seem like the most obvious target for cutting gas emissions. However, I'm here today to talk about how solving the problem of wasted food can reduce hunger and food insecurity, can support our nation's farmers, and, yes, can advance our global efforts to minimize the impacts of climate change. My name is Matt Hartings, and I'm a food chemist at American University. I am also a co-director of a research network whose mission is twofold. First, we want to understand how, why, and where food is wasted. And second, we want to build resilient, equitable, and circular innovations to transform our food systems. You heard that we're an NSF-sponsored grant. And I joke with my wife that I got to be so good at cleaning my own plate that the NSF gave me money to help us all to minimize food waste. So let me lay out the climate stakes of this problem first. Between 30 and 40% of all the food that we produce globally is never used. 30 to 40%. If you compiled all of the greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with the production, preparation, and transportation of that food, the sum would fall only behind China and the United States in terms of total carbon dioxide emitted. And we follow these global trends in the US as well. 100 million tons of food are wasted, are unused every year. These numbers are staggering. When I look at them, I see people who live with food insecurity, who should never know hunger. I see the hard work of our farm laborers gone to waste. And I see the deep environmental impacts on our planet, which we continue to ask more of. Our network of researchers is taking a number of steps to rethink the way our food systems work. We are studying the places where food waste happens and learning about the drivers within our own systems that lead to wasted food at the personal, local, state, and national levels. For the US, the majority of our food waste occurs on the consumer side and at the retail side. That means in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and in our homes. Our researchers have found that households waste on the order of 1 pound of food per person per week. We are evaluating policies and practices for preventing food waste before it occurs. We are teaming with partners to rescue unused food and distribute it in an equitable way before that food goes bad. And finally, we are working on circular strategies to take food before it is wasted, or after it's naturally wasted, to take food after it's naturally wasted, and use it not to put into landfills, but to think about how we can use it to replenish the earth or to generate new and valuable products from that food. Through all of this, we are working with community partners. We recognize that the solutions need to fit the communities that adopt them. We value the input and direction that we get from our community partners, and we know that lasting change can only happen as a result of these important relationships. I am thrilled that the Biden-Harris administration is rising to this challenge and seeing solutions to food waste as a concrete way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I hope that you will join with us and rethink our own food habits and work to build resilient, equitable, and circular food systems for a better future. Thank you.
In our next panel, we're going to talk about the intersection of economics and sustainability and the potential of harnessing economic forces to help us tackle the climate crisis. Our panel of thought leaders and experts will discuss green finance, procurement, fossil fuel subsidies, and much more. For this panel, I will be joined by Pushpam Kumar, Chief Economist at UNEP, Jetta Wong, Senior Advisor on Climate to the administration at GSA, and Gaia Harrington, Vice President of Research at Schneider Electric. Thank you so much for joining me here today. Okay, important topic, let's dive in. Pushpam, you are UNEP's Chief Economist. Can you tell us a little bit about your role and your work there, and why does an environmental organization like UNEP need an economist?
Yeah, thank you very much, and very happy to be here. Thank you, Dana. most of the environmental issues, they look like biophysical changes like pollution, loss of biodiversity, or climate change. But the kind of drivers which are causing this, they are socioeconomic and primarily economic. So in order to address those drivers and design interventions, you need to change the set of options available to individual, family, society, the nation, and the global, the community. And in order to do that, one has to see that each and every impact of our actions on climate or biodiversity, they are to the extent possible quantified, monetized, and then those impacts are internalized into our behavior and action. And that is where economics come, and that is where my role comes to have. I was listening in the earlier session, somebody was talking about monetary valuations and how to do that, what are the indicators. So all those things we do, and I coordinate and lead for UNEP, and that is where my role lies.
So in other words, it all comes back to money, always.
Not necessarily, but money becomes an important part. The reason is that the public at large on the street and the political masters, they understand this language better than anything else. Fortunately, unfortunately. Second, when you go to the public for voting in a democratic system, people understand the language of money. But that does not reduce the importance of other numeraire or yardstick.
I'll come back to this later. Thank you. Jetta, when people think about federal agencies that are involved in combating the climate crisis, GSA might not be on the top of mind for them. But in fact, GSA has a very important role to play when it comes to both climate mitigation and adaptation. So can you tell us about about GSA and your role there?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. First of all, GSA is the U.S. General Services Administration. And you're probably like, why is the General Services Administration on this panel? Well, let me explain a little bit about GSA. First of all, we're the government's landlord. We manage 370 million square feet of property across the United States. That's the largest office portfolio in the country. Second, we do $85 billion of procurement every year. We buy everything from pens and pencils to computers and software, as well as non-tactical vehicles, which I'm pretty sure everyone in this audience wants to be electric vehicles. That's the largest fleet in this country. We also have the responsibility to buy all the power for the federal government outside of the Department of Defense. So the federal government actually is the largest buyer of energy in the United States. DoD, the Department of Defense, buys for itself. We buy for everyone else. So when it comes to climate change and the General Services Administration, think about three things. One, how do we create markets? How do we act as first movers to bring on new products into the market that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions? Second, how do we reduce risk by deploying and testing new technologies? And then third, how do we make the market more transparent by demonstrating and showing that these technologies work, as well as providing tools for procurement? So that's why GSA, the General Services Administration, has a big role to play in climate change.
And do you call the shots on these decisions, or who makes the shots?
So I'm the senior advisor to the administrator. And we follow a lot of different rules. I do not call the shots. I like to think of my role as lifting up the really great things that are already going on in the federal government, and especially in the General Services Administration. We have a really great team that have been working on sustainable buildings, electric vehicles, EV charging for a really long time. My job is to break down barriers to make sure they can do their job.
One more follow-up question. Is it true that by showcasing that something is working, there's more demand for it afterwards? Is that a strategy you work by, or is it all on the table and then you make decisions and then you go out and do the work, or do you sometimes just like try to see what works and kind of use that case study to do more about what's good, like electric vehicles or retrofitting buildings? Because I feel like there's a lot of pushback to these changes sometimes. Like, how is your strategy about it?
That's a terrific question. So before I was at the General Services Administration, I also worked at the U.S. Department of Energy. And the Department of Energy focuses on research and deploying new technologies. But what's really important is actually getting feedback from the market and the customers and feeding that into the process of developing those technologies. And so I like to think of our job as piloting and demoing and then getting feedback into real-world situations where we can then scale those technologies throughout our buildings portfolio.
Gaia, you published a book a year ago on 5 insights for avoiding global collapse. Sounds like a very important book. Can you tell us a bit about the book and what your findings were?
Yeah, so it was based on my research that was published a year before that in Yale's Journal of Industrial Ecology. It was an empirical data comparison with current data that we have today and the output of a model that was made by MIT scientists in the 70s. So with this model, they made several scenarios. One of them was based on historical averages only, and that was called the business as usual scenario, which forecasted collapse setting in around present time. So I thought, okay, that unappealing prospect spurred me to see if we were maybe aligned with a different scenario. Unfortunately, I found that we are not. We're still basically following business as usual. And so in my book, I elaborated on what this model and a lot of other research by now tells us about a way forward. And one of the key insights is that we have to let go of this growth pursuit that we have in our economy. Measured in profit, measured in GDP, it's not going to work within that current growth-based economy. We've just had the 28th COP and counting. I mean, if it was to work in this economy, it would have happened by now. And so it's really underlying a transformation in economics from never enough to enough for each. And that, you move from this ever more to just better. Because it's not a capitulation to grim necessity. It's not about even avoiding collapse, it's about something better. Because what do you replace that ultimate goal with then? And I propose we make that human well-being within planetary boundaries. And so that's an economy where things are shared more equally, where people work less because we don't have this growing economy. So we actually don't have to work full-time, which is what most people would like. Most people like to work. It's just a little bit much right now. And so really, in a nutshell, my book is about this now or never moment in history that we have, this opportunity as humanity to change our economic paradigm from, like I said, never enough to enough for each.
You bring up a lot of things here, and I get excited because I love this kind of talking. And I think really the challenge that we're facing is moving outside of this current thinking, right? We're trying the old Einstein quote of like, you can't solve the problem with the same thinking that created it. And around growth, I think that applies so much. And Paris Penstorkness, which is an author that I love, he talks about like the concept of growth, and like, is it degrowth or is it just a regrowth, like a different kind of growth that could bring about more and better, but not in a way that continues to deplete the earth. And so I think really like discovering what that might look like is truly the challenge of today. But interesting findings. Thank you so much. Pushpam, one tool in fighting the climate crisis that isn't nearly as cool as carbon capture or AI, the newest thing, is sustainable procurement. UNEP has been active in promoting sustainable public procurement for a long time. Can you tell us a little bit about why procurement is important and how it could create impact?
So public procurement or procurement as such is a very critical component of the GDP. Around 15 to 20% of GDP is revolving around the procurement activities. You have heard from her about the US, but globally around 15 to 20% of the GDP are in the domain of procurement. Now, procurement from the different government departments, public utilities department, the department owned by federal government or a state government. And when I'm talking about it, I'm not referring to US alone. I have 200 countries in mind that they have different kind of agencies, nomenclatures, where the procurement happens. Once you see the life cycle of procurement from start to the finish, and if their material flow can be managed better towards recycling, towards making it more green, a lot of targets, goals as designed in SDG can be achieved. So, but UNEP has been, and my organization has been into sustainable public procurement for last 20 years at least, and advising the government. And maybe in the US it is a lot more easier than in many parts of the world where things are very complex and conflicting in nature. But even to those countries, we go advise and try to build a consensus that what benefits sustainable procurement gives. And it brings a lot of merit in terms of efficiency, in terms of sustainability, in terms of gender inclusion, in terms of inclusion of all types across stakeholders, across time. So all those things can be achieved, and that's why UNEP has taken this agenda on the behalf of, and this has been, see, what UNEP does comes from the member states. The sovereign states request the UN that we have to go ahead with this agenda, and that's why we are doing it. And I think we had a great success, and governments of the world, and especially at the federal level, they are very receptive and they are pursuing it. But the challenge remains, for some of the public procurement, you don't have the capacity which you might like to see. And so developing capacity, I wouldn't say building capacity, but developing capacity and telling them what is best way to do in their own context is something we are struggling with, but we have made a good success.
So here's a question for maybe all of you, but specifically Jetta and Pushpam. So we're currently seeing a lot of people in cities, right? Like dense areas where a lot of people exist in a very small space, and it's not going anywhere. In fact, the urban trend is continuing, and more people will live in cities in the middle of the century. Is that, you know, and add to that fact, I think the stats says something where like to give room to all the new people, and New York City is going to be built every month for the next decade or something like that. I might be getting the numbers wrong, but a lot of buildings are going to pop up all over the world. Now, do you see that as an exciting challenge to now from the get-go using procurement and making sure that these buildings are used with sustainable materials and built in a way that, again, can build growth without depleting the earth? Or is that just a humongous challenge? Like, what are your maybe personal thoughts and professional thoughts about, like, where does that put us in terms of sustainability?
Maybe that is the best.
Oh, I have tons of thoughts on that. Go for it. Well, first of all, I think, I think we're going through a very interesting time in real estate, where we're seeing a variety of different things going on in cities and in rural communities. I think that the whole situation is changing. Of course, with the impacts of COVID and the opportunities with technology allowing you to work from different locations. So I think that there's big changes that are happening, and it's not clear what the future really is going to look like there. But I think it's our job to be thinking about what does that look like as an opportunity for sustainability. And that does mean everything from materials to practices, but also to be really thinking about if we're building new buildings, how do we make sure that they are net zero, always net zero, all electric. Or how are we thinking about if we're renovating buildings, we're not just sticking on, new solar panels and LEDs and all these great new technologies, but we're thinking about energy efficiency first. So GSA, for example, when we do a major energy retrofit, we usually call them a deep energy retrofit. That means we're going to try to go for a 40% reduction, if not more, of energy in that building. That saves us money, that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, and it provides good paying jobs. And so we need to think about, buildings and our role in maintaining those buildings and building new buildings in a more sustainable, holistic way.
Thank you. Anything you want to add? That was
Yeah,
great.
just maybe for the general, the point of growth, right? I think the transitioning towards such a well-being economy, as I just described, will very much depend on geography. So letting go of the growth pursuit doesn't mean you're anti-growth. So I don't know, I'm paraphrasing, but where you said, well, are we still going to be building houses? Well, it depends, right? It's certain geographies, certainly we will need houses that contributes to well-being significantly. You know, the transition to a well-being economy in Afghanistan obviously is going to look very different from in the US. In the West, we have all these houses, and you talked about retrofits. We don't need to build that many new buildings there, right? We need to focus on retrofits. So it very much depends on what economy you're talking about.
Well, you kind of fed into my next question for you. Do you want to elaborate on the whole concept of well-being economy? Like, what is that, and how can we strive for it?
Yes. So a well-being economy is simply an economy that has human and ecological well-being as its ultimate goal. So this is not as radical as sometimes people think, because we already link everything. Every time we say we're going to do growth, we link it to human well-being, right? It's going to get jobs, and that's going to provide livelihoods. Well, how about if that's the ultimate goal, why would just do that directly and not with the growth, because that has a lot of externalities, unintended consequences, and all those things that are really starting to mount up at this point to a breaking point. So we can't continue like this. That's the other thing. Sometimes when people are like, well, that sounds like a lot of effort. Yes, well, so is dealing with climate breakdown. So, I mean, business as usual is an impossibility at this point anyway. So it's not going to be easy, but it's actually feasible. So how do you get there? That very much depends on where you are. In a lot of poorer countries, they are not above their share of Earth's carrying capacity. So these green growth policies that we hear of could very well work there to really improve human well-being. Here in the US, in the West in general, more growth really hasn't made us much happier. So at that point, it's like, why continue to do it when we have all these negative consequences from it? It's actually starting to make us less healthy and less happy at this point. And so there, we would need very different policies. We're not going to cut it with just green growth policies in the US and in Europe. We have to purposefully bring down our ecological footprint, and I mean by multiples in many cases. And of course, there is the part where it needs to be equitably shared, those costs. And like we talked about during COP28, this just transition that goes for all of the sustainability transformation. And that's a key part of it as well.
Well, here's an interesting thought. You say that more stuff hasn't necessarily made us happier, many times the opposite, which I think we all know, but do we know it? And do you think that people will accept that and then be like, yeah, let's just choose less? Or do you think it's going to have to come to creating a structure, if that's a law structure or just societal structure that sort of forces upon that new lifestyle on people, and then by being forced upon it in a way, they're like, oh, I actually am happier with less stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you think
Yeah, of course.
So it's more working on like the higher level to like, okay, let's just create a new world for people that they are forced to live in, and then by doing so, understand that this is a better way of life. That's a very simplified way of saying it, but do you see my question?
That is how these transformations happen. We've seen more in the history of humankind, so it's not impossible. But typically, you know, it's an idea whose time has come, basically. You have activists. Obviously, government's going to play a key role as well, regulation. You got to have front-running companies who do this. But it's certainly possible. You see this in surveys where people are actually longing for it. So these values, because ultimately this is about values, right? And we have to acknowledge, I think, that progress now, the narrative is that growth is progress. And so ultimately it comes to building a new narrative of who we are, what world we want to live in, and how we measure progress and success.
I think many times we're kind of longing for that new value, as you say, but the current structure doesn't support it. So, yeah, very interesting thought. You want to add something to that?
Yes, I think, you know, well-being, just to add what she has said, there's something called well-off and well-being. Well-off would be measured, because I'm an economist, so I always believe in something which is quantified, explicit, number specific. Now, there is a rich literature on well-being, where it is more than GDP or material minimum, the social inclusion, harmony, psychological social well-being, freedom to act and make choices, physical security, so on and so forth. But one surest way to measure well-being is don't focus on the income alone. Income is created through our effort, where we add our labor on the stock of wealth. Wealth of all types: physical stock, machine, building, equipment, computer, human capital, health, education, wisdom, natural capital, I'm coming to that in a minute, the topsoil, the atmospheric visibility, forest, fish stock, coast, marine, they become the part of natural capital. So why can't you measure the very base, the stock, rather than measuring the flow, which is income? What will happen if you don't measure a stock? And that will strengthen the argument in favor of measuring well-being, and it will reduce the haziness, or those folks who always want to see the number, quantified informations when we talk about well-being. Here is the answer. You want evidence? Evidence is here. And the evidence is measure your stock. Because under well-being, one of the implicit assumption is that we should transfer as much resources as we have inherited from our forefathers. Now, how much is that? And the surest way, that is what the science, philosophy, and economics agree, that measure stock, measure wealth, don't depend on income or GDP alone. See, last week we crossed 100 trillion global GDP. Last week only. Now, if you see perverse subsidies, you see the impact of pollution, you see the damage to biodiversity, you see the damage done by climate change, you see all other. And if you reduce this $100 trillion will not be $100 trillion, much lesser than that. So what you are getting in this process by banking on GDP, you have a false sense that you are doing well. Well, you are doing well in the short run, or maybe in the medium run. And I'm not bringing Malthusian ghost that tomorrow there will be doomsday. No. But we have to do our job perfectly. And that is, we have to keep the stock of wealth intact, or at least as much we have inherited from our forefathers. If we are not doing this, we are not following the philosophy of well-being, and we are not following the philosophy of sustainability as well.
Wow, thank you. Speaking of things that you can measure, according to the IMF, last year the world spent $7 trillion on direct and indirect fossil fuel subsidies. This is almost 10% of the global economy, and it is a number that's hard to even conceptualize. Can you help us understand how much this is and what this means for the climate?
Yeah, so this probably came from the World Bank, IMF combined, and also the UN. So the total amount of subsidies, global subsidies, per year is 7 trillion, you were right, 7 trillion US dollar. On the energy sector alone, it is 3/4 of that 7 trillion. And on fossil fuels, it is $500 billion, around 536 billion, 536 or $500 billion, yeah. Now, this is still 5 times what you need for climate finance. It is twice how much you are restoring, investing on restoration. So by doing this ratio analysis, what I'm trying to convey, this amount is huge. And any society which is pumping so much of money on perverse or harmful subsidies, you are compromising with the well-being not only of the future generation, but also intra-generational thing. So what should we do? We need subsidy. As a macroeconomist, I will be failing in doing my duty if we say that subsidy is not needed. In society, you have different kind of people at different economic footing, different kind of disadvantages for historical, cultural, whatever reason. So we need to be inclusive. So we need subsidies. We need to give support, but it should be targeted better. And for many rich farmers, I won't name any countries, but you know what I mean. The fisherman with 100 of big trawlers going in the ocean and depleting the fish stock is not good. You don't need to give subsidy to them. The rich farmers of XYZ countries, they are getting huge subsidies. They don't need it. But a guy who is poor in DRC Congo or South Sudan, if he or their family needs support to buy his meal in the evening, that is not bad, because in any case, they are not responsible or culprit for what we are facing right now. So better targeting of subsidy is needed, yes, but there is a huge chunk of perverse or harmful subsidies that must be removed. And that's why one more thing which I would like to mention here, that a large number of developing countries, they are raising their voices on two issues: perverse subsidies and restructuring of debt. Because we know that even after this, what we are discussing in Dubai right now in COP28, some money has come. Some countries have pumped some resources, but it is far, far lower than what we need. UAE gave 100 million, Germany came with, US came out with something, and I'm sure there are more offerings, but we need $400 billion a year. We are nowhere near that. So, world knows about it. What we can do? The one way is to reduce the burden of external debt. A large number of poorer countries, and at least lower middle income group, countries, whose income per capita income is around $1,000 to $2,000. 15% of the countries, and please remember, there are more than 100 countries. 15% countries are debt stressed. Debt stressed. And same IMF and the bank and the UN makes a forecast that if business as usual continues, 45% countries of the world will be debt stressed. Now, what these countries are talking in Africa, in Sub-Saharan, in South Asia, in Amazonia, that reduce the burden of debt from multilateral trust bank, IMF, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, African Development Bank. So two ways. One, make the period of debt payment longer, so it's not a short term. Second, reduce the service charge to debt. And unless these two things happen, things are not going to look very bright. So everybody now, and at least in the global forum, what we are talking is the new financial structure. The existing financial structure are not going to serve or help the countries who are debt stressed, who are facing the results. I mean, the folks in Karachi and Lahore who faced the flood last year, they were not responsible for carbon emission. But most of the damage, those guys, they have lost their houses. I mean, there are estimates. World Meteorological Organization estimates that in last 20 years, we have lost 3 million people due to climate change related extreme events. And there is a financial, which is also around $4 trillion. All these losses and the cost which have been inflicted on those countries, they are not responsible. But the idea is not to speak the language of revenge, but there has to be some address to loss and some name to damage. And that's why loss and damage is being discussed not only in last COP27, but COP28, and whoever hosts in 1 year time or 2 years time, COP29, that will remain. So to answer your question, perverse subsidies and debt restructuring, these two things remain the core of economics of climate change, which we have to recognize. If we don't do that, we will have tough time in making consensus to address this huge civilizational challenge of climate change.
Thank you. I'm seeing Robin Hood kind of coming in and taking money from the wrong places and distributing them where they belong. So money is here to stay, just has to be in different places and fueling different kinds of things. We are sort of running out of time. There's one more question I would love to just pin in real quick. Sorry, I was like shooting that at you. Jetta, the IRA has provided GSA with a lot of new opportunities to make more sustainable choices. Can you tell us a bit about how the IRA has impacted your work for the better?
Absolutely. So first of all, the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, was the largest investment this country's ever made in fighting the global climate change. For us at GSA, we received $3.4 billion, which is quite a bit for our organization. And then we received it in 3 different buckets, all focused on making our federal buildings more sustainable. And the first bucket is $2 billion for low embodied carbon construction materials. So all of those materials, as we were talking about earlier, when we were thinking about renovations and new buildings, how do we make them sustainable, not just in the buildings themselves and operational carbon, but in the embodied carbon from all the manufacturing and transportation, all the way through the process. That's $2 billion. We received another $1 billion for emerging and sustainable technologies. So $1 billion, again, it's not a lot, but what we ended up doing, because we know that there's a lot of private sector interest in solving the climate problem, we're leveraging that and turning that into $1.9 billion through performance contracting with private sector financing. So we're very excited that's going to let us electrify 100 buildings, turn 28 of them into net zero buildings, and reduce a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. And then finally, we received $250 million to do more high-performance green building across the board. We pair that, though, with the bipartisan infrastructure law funding, where we received around $3 billion for land ports of entry. And so all of those land ports of entry on the northern and southern borders that we're working on will also receive sustainable funding. So there's a lot there, but I know we're running out of time. And it's a drop in the bucket from what we actually need to address climate change, but we know we're doing our part in procuring these materials and making sure that we're thinking about life cycle, greenhouse gas emissions, and operational emissions as well.
Amazing. We are over time, but with one sentence or two, if all of you can share something that makes you optimistic now about the future.
I'm really heartened by what you see happening right now and what you see, like I already mentioned in surveys, especially in the younger generation, but really across the world, of these new underlying values that I alluded to that we would need for an economic transformation really resonating with people around the world, not just in the West, where it's very clear that growth is not delivering well-being, but really around the world you see this growing. So that makes me optimistic.
Nice.
I'm very optimistic for the youth, as you were just saying. I loved the panel before this one when we were talking about climate jobs. And my thought to all of the students out there, the federal government is hiring. We need sustainability professionals, and I'm just so proud of the work that we do. So come join the government.
Yeah, the challenge is huge, but I'm optimist. And the way international community are coming under one roof, whether it is Paris Agreement or SDG, you can say that, oh, we are not there. It's just a question of looking at the half-empty glass or half-full. I think the world community is much more aware and passionate about the issues. Finance is also coming, but we need to do a little more and be ethical in our choices. That will help. Yeah.
Thank you. You guys make me optimistic. So it's been an honor to share the stage with you. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you, audience, for tuning in.
Pleasure. Thanks very much.
Next up in today's program is a research spotlight with Professor Rose Donald. She will talk about the ways in which media depictions of climate change can challenge or reinforce climate inaction and inequality. So please join me in welcoming to stage Rose.
Hi, everyone. Climate change needs a social life. Dominant media portrayals make it seem boring and scary, and this fuels inequality and inaction. But it doesn't have to be this way. It can get out and meet new people. I'm Ros Donald, and I'm an assistant professor in American University School of Communication. Today, I'm going to share highlights from my research showing how communities and media makers are highlighting diverse stories, focusing on the local, and demanding accountability. So first, the problem. Dominant portrayals of climate change focus on communicating the science and showing the worst effects of climate change, like rising seas or intensifying hurricanes. And it's led to a visual vocabulary where there is no people. So do a quick Google search of climate change right now, and there'll be nobody there. People care about climate change more than ever, but they feel overwhelmed, and fear-based climate coverage can contribute to defeatism. So studies, in fact, link it to political inaction. And frontline communities are being neglected in this science-focused, fear-based model. Their expertise is being overlooked. A study on journalism about climate change in Alaska found that local people were less likely to be represented even than outside experts or animals. So how do we do better? First, we need to highlight diverse narratives. These challenge boundaries like the partisan divide and suggest transformative approaches to responding to climate change. So I've done research for several years in Miami. And it's one of the most segregated cities in the US, and so is its climate debate. White communities that live by the shoreline are worried about rising seas, and that certainly fits with the dominant model. But black communities are connecting climate change with gentrification. They're on higher ground, so they don't flood. And what's happening right now is developers are really getting interested in cheap land on high ground. And a successful local coalition has leveraged this narrative to ensure that housing becomes part of climate policy in Miami. Second, we need to focus on the local. So it can often be hard for people to connect the dots on this sort of global scientific phenomenon and what's happening every day. But local journalism can help people to do that. So Alex Harris is the climate correspondent for the Miami Herald, and she told me that her most clicked on story ever was a story about how septic tanks are threatened by rising seas. So residents of Miami face an actual shitstorm unless the government can do something about it. Finally, we need to demand accountability. So fossil fuel companies and the governments that support them, which is most governments, would love it if we stayed at home ordering metal straws off Amazon. And there is nowhere near enough outrage about the fact that they're putting us on course for catastrophic warming. Accountability journalism holds fossil fuel companies, sorry, my cards are all out of order. Fossil fuel companies and governments to account. And it works. So there's a film called The Territory. It's a co-production between the Uru'eo tribe in Brazil and outside filmmakers. And it shows their struggle to keep invaders off their land. They want to turn rainforest into cattle farms. And when they showed the film to Brazilian lawmakers, they actually sent the army to go and evict invaders from the jungle. They also showed it to European lawmakers, and the European lawmakers said that after they'd watched the film, it persuaded them to vote in favor of laws that would restrict exports from forests. And so we can see how accountability journalism and real change can be linked. So we need better stories. We need diverse stories, we need local stories, and we need accountability stories. We need for funders to support climate journalism, not to lay journalists off. And we need to focus on how communities can be brought to the fore so that we can combat inaction and inequality. Thank you so much. And I would like to introduce the next panel, where you're going to hear from two absolutely incredible climate journalists. So the panel is called Fight Media, Fighting or Fueling the Climate Crisis. And Rebecca Lieber is an independent climate journalist and an investigative reporter based in Washington, D.C. She's covered climate and the environment for more than 12 years as a staff writer and editor at Vox, Mother Jones, Grist, and the New Republic. And her investigations into the fossil fuel industry and federal climate policy have exposed government corruption and launched congressional oversight. She currently sits on the board of directors for the Society of Environmental Journalists. And in 2023, she was a finalist for Covering Climate Now's awards for her work covering the energy transition. She also is a two-time recipient of SEAL's Environmental Journalism Awards and a former fellow of the Vermont Law School and CUNY Journalism School. Emily Atkin is the founder and editor of Heated. It's an 80,000 plus subscriber Substack newsletter, which is dedicated to climate accountability reporting and analysis. She's been a climate and political journalist for more than a decade and has previously held reporter and editor positions at the New Republic, MSNBC, Sinclair Broadcast Group, and Think Progress. Since founding Heated in 2019, she has organized partnerships with larger publications like GQ, The Guardian, and Now This to bring her independent climate reporting to mainstream journalists. And also, my amazing colleague Dana Fisher is going to be moderating the panel. So please give it up.
I'm a stand-in. I'm going to try to do my best to channel Roz, but I will not have a cool accent. I apologize. It's finals here, so we have final classes that have to get taught. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. I am going to try to read the handwriting I have in front of me. But so I guess maybe we could just start with you each talking about describing your approach to covering climate change in the different media that you have used. You want to go first, Emily?
Sure. Well, hi, everybody. I've been covering climate change for a long time. Actually, Rebecca and I kind of started around the same time, a little over a decade ago, which is kind of crazy to think about. And over that time, I really think that my approach to climate journalism has shifted greatly. I really used to believe that my role and the best way to serve my audience as a journalist was to sort of stay completely neutral and unbiased about the situation that I was reporting on, particularly the deadly effects of climate change, who's responsible, all that kind of stuff. But I found over time that it wasn't as effective an approach as I wanted it to be, and it almost seems like a gaslighty approach. I felt that, I think over time what I've really my approach, and I think that we need all different kinds of approaches of climate journalism, but my approach is that I want my readers to trust me. That's my number one, I think that's the number one currency for journalists. And I think that in order to get readers to really trust you about climate change, you can't pretend to them like it's not really scary, that it's not rage-inducing, and that there aren't actors that are extremely responsible for it that aren't them. They need to know straight up where they can direct their rage, where they can direct their big emotion that is around climate change. And I think the best tool to do that is truly accountability reporting. It's helping them understand the facts about their responsibility, not only as people who contribute to climate change versus other people and corporations, but also their responsibility as citizens and what they can do, and how the different ways that they can mobilize themselves. So that's sort of an abstract way to say that I am for voicey climate journalism that exposes the powerful, that lifts up the voices of the voiceless. And it's, I will say, we can get into this later, but I will say it's sort of tough to have that approach at a lot of mainstream outlets, which is why I now have my own outlet.
Rebecca?
Yeah, like Emily, I think my approach to climate reporting has changed over time. I think I also agree on accountability journalism being the primary driver and really what we need more of in the climate crisis. There's a lot of money at stake in climate change, not just losses from extreme weather, but there's also money to be gained. And we're seeing this with the Inflation Reduction Act, that this is billions of dollars on the table that the oil and gas industry is trying to chase after. So this is a time we need journalism more than ever to follow the money, to hold the powerful accountable, and to actually dig through the documents to see if what these companies are saying in their PR actually matches where they're spending their dollars. So that's just an example of a place we need people to be digging. There is a diverse range of how we can bring out accountability journalism throughout the world on climate change. This looks different at every level of government, throughout regions of the world. And we need watchdogs more than ever. I guess I'll leave that there because we're going to dig into some more specifics.
Wonderful. I guess my next question is going to be, how can media either help or hinder climate action? And can you give an example?
One way that media can hinder climate action is paying fossil fuel companies millions of dollars to advertise on their pages and host summits about how they're doing a really good job for the climate. Essentially getting paid to lie to your audience and greenwash to your audience and undermining your own journalists. I think one of the biggest problems with corporate climate media today is not actually the journalism that's being produced, it's the messaging being produced by the overall paper that confuses readers and undermines their own reporting. For a specific example, I was just reading a article in the New York Times, which is one of the biggest supporters of fossil fuel advertising. I think having taken, journalist Amy Westervelt just came out with a great report on this, but I think they've taken like $20 million from the fossil fuel industry to support their journalism over the last, decade, I forget, don't quote me on that. But 4 years, wow, I completely overestimated it. But it was an article about like climate anxiety and what really contributes to climate anxiety. It was a great article, and smack in the middle of that article was a ad from the Propane Education Resource Council, which Rebecca's done a lot of reporting about. That was just saying like renewable propane, like we're solving climate change with our renewable gas. And I was just like, see, this is really misleading your reader. Who's like, okay, so who's like reading about how their own climate anxiety and how they can ease it, and then right in the middle, they're getting these claims from a fossil fuel company that like everything is cool, and it's the New York Times that has fed them that. The New York Times, can ban cigarette advertising and tobacco advertising because they understand that product fundamentally harms the health of their readers, but they cannot do the same for fossil fuels because they are so seeped in conventional wisdom that has been fed to them by the fossil fuel industry for a long time, that like that's an extremist position. And I think to be a journalist today, to be a really effective climate journalist today, you have to be constantly willing to challenge the quote unquote conventional wisdom that you think is like, well, obviously it's extreme to say that we should phase out fossil fuels. We are in the situation we're in right now with the climate crisis because of conventional wisdom in all respects. So you have to be constantly willing to challenge that and willing to not feed your readers misinformation for cash.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll give a few additional examples of, I guess, my pet peeves in climate journalism. And one is, I'll start with language, because journalists love to do a lot of navel gazing on the use of language. But a thing that endlessly annoys me is the framing of climate change as a planet wrecker, that we need to save the planet. This comes up in countless headlines. It's definitely come up in my own. And the planet will be fine. It's the people we have to worry about. And those impacts aren't uniform. I think this is where climate journalism has really gotten better and shifted and become, I think, more nuanced as a whole, looking at how those impacts are disparate. They affect populations differently, and not kind of just treating this as this very abstract issue about emissions and about average temperatures, which is really meaningless to the average person, which is brings me to my next point, that I think the purpose of journalism and really essentially what we're doing is storytelling, is making this real for people. This isn't just about degrees and emissions. I mean, that at the core is what the problem is, but trying to make visible the world of fossil fuels, the status quo that we just take for granted, is a really important place for climate journalism. And I guess my final kind of issue, I think there's a lot of hand-wringing over how to interact or treat or think about readers and their emotions around climate change. I hear this a lot from editors who worry that we are making people too miserable. We're not giving them hope. There is a point there about you need to have hope, you need to talk about solutions, but I'm not sure that's where journalism fits into this picture. Journalism has a lot of roles here to play, and one is the accountability. It's about the storytelling in the first place and helping people understand this issue. I don't think a primary obligation of a climate reporter is to leave a reader with too much hope, because I think people also need to realize the reality of the situation. So I guess that's an area that I think media can still do better. There's a lot of tiptoeing around not treating readers and viewers like the adults they are who can handle these complex emotions.
That's a really, really good point, and a big challenge. I want to shift a little bit and just mention it. So in the U.S. recently, over the recent past, serial publications have laid off climate journalists. They've laid off local journalists. And I was wondering if you could each talk a little bit about the kinds of reporting that you would like to see most, and how do we address these big gaps that exist when we need the expertise most coming from the journalists?
Yeah, I mean, we need more local journalism. That is 1,000% a huge problem, that newspapers have been laying off newsrooms. And I come from I'm looking at this at a national level. It's very different to be on the ground, covering what your state house is doing. This is an issue that affects everywhere, and there's so much happening at the local level that's being overlooked around buildings, around gas utility expansion. So we need the local journalism, first of all, and I wish we were doing a better job as a society as a whole supporting that. I think, so my other role is sitting on the board of directors of Society of Environmental Journalists, which is working towards the aim of lifting up climate and environmental journalists and the journalism. And we just need more support, more funding for endeavors like this that are going towards that North Star of we need more climate journalism. This is not the time to be laying off climate reporters. This is a year where we are finally approaching 1.5 degrees warming, disasters at an all-time high, and the oil industry is doing great. They sent a record number of lobbyists to COP this year. So this is a real-time crisis. This is something we need to see an expansion of this industry, not a shrinking.
Yeah. Emily.
The fact that media companies, big media companies, you'll see this particularly in the last month, are laying off climate reporters in droves it's honestly like an abdication of journalistic duty, and it should be looked at with disgust, in my opinion, particularly because so many of these publications, I guarantee you, will be at conferences and in public bragging about their climate change reporting and, you know, how much we've done this much climate change reporting. The same greenwashing you see from fossil fuel companies, you see in corporate media too. It's gross, and I hate it. When I think of the biggest thing that I think that I would love to see more of in climate reporting, along with, you know, not getting money from spreading fossil fuel industry lies, and particularly what Rebecca said with more local reporting, I think that's really essential, is that I really think that the question, I would like to see more, I guess the word I'm looking for is a focus on who is a credible source and who do I give in my journalism time to, space to make their claims. And you know, we see this with the Donald Trump era too. Obviously, this is a more widespread problem, but particularly in the realm of climate change reporting, we have a lot of actors, a lot of people who are quoted as you know, good sources on climate change who have a history of lying about climate change. And that history of lying about climate change is not included next to the quote of this person that has had a long history of lying about climate change. I was taught in journalism school that the question of who you give space to, of credibility, is extremely important. And if somebody has a history of telling untruths, you either don't give them that space or you talk about that. In addition to that, you always make sure you are asking why when anyone tells you something about climate change. Why is this person saying XYZ is the path that we should take to reduce emissions, not ABC? Is it solely because their interest is solving climate change, or do they have perhaps another interest, perhaps a monetary interest or a power interest? I think climate journalism would be much more successful if every time you quoted somebody about the climate solution that they're advocating for, you also put in that why of why perhaps they, because we don't see that in all climate journalism today.
These are really great answers. I'm going to think about them later for sure. But we don't have that much time, so what I'm going to do instead of thinking on them right now is I'm going to say, we only have 5 minutes left, but I would love for you each to tell us what you think is the biggest story of COP28. And it can be, the story can be something that's not being discussed, or it can be what is being discussed. Not to feed the audience here, but you know.
I worry we'll have two similar answers, so I'll go first. I mean, this is a conference about fossil fuels, which we're obviously talking about a lot here, but when you're talking about the climate umbrella, there's a lot of things you can talk about. And there are big storylines, of course, around loss and damage and climate finance for vulnerable nations adapting to the damages. That's a big story. But I think the overarching narrative of this conference being in Dubai is fossil fuel influence. Mm-hmm. To give a concrete example here, so the one of the key debates that is unfolding while we're speaking is fossil fuel phase out. But just this is how important language is, because there's also a fight around abated emissions, which gets very wonky, but basically it is how we define what is dangerous for the climate. And the fossil fuel industry is aggressively pushing carbon capture and storage as a viable solution, even though there is a lot of reason to be skeptical of this as a true climate solution. And so when talking about that unabated fossil fuel phase out and whether whether COP28 is actually going to put this in the agreement, this is huge. Traditionally, these agreements actually don't mention fossil fuels at all. They're just talking about emissions cuts. It was for the first time in, I think it was Glasgow, that they even mentioned a coal phase out. So these are really important debates. This should have happened 30 years ago, but we're just getting to it now. And an important context here is this was supposed to be the conference where we ramped up our ambition. This was a stock take year where countries ideally would look at their pledges under the Paris Climate Agreement and ramp up the ambition. Instead, we're seeing almost the opposite happen of a pulling back. We're seeing the most influence from the industry that we've ever seen at these talks. It's really concerning, and I think this year might actually be a real shift in this narrative of how to view these climate conferences.
Mm-hmm.
I have, unfortunately, a two-person newsroom, myself and one other reporter, so we cannot cover all of the COP28 stories that we would like to. And so I have no problem saying some of the stories that I think are most important because I can't do all of them. And one that I'm not sure if I'll have time to get to, but that I think is actually really important is in addition to the record number of fossil fuel lobbyists at COP28, there's also like a really large number of lobbyists from the animal agriculture industry. The Guardian had a really great story about this. They saw some documents about animal agriculture industry strategy at COP28 and how they're really going to be pushing for language in the final agreement to ensure that a 1.5 degree or 2 degree scenario does not mention phasing out meat or dairy, there's a large push to really claim that the animal agriculture industry is not responsible for as much climate change as they actually are. So I think that's a really underlooked story. And I think just generally, I know we talked about and I totally agree with you. I've said this many times at panels like these, that it's not journalists' job to make you feel good about something that is bad. But I do think that it is our responsibility to tell stories of people who are making effective change and effective action. So one of the things I would love to look at from COP28 is the stories of people who, once we finally get that final agreement, the stories of the people and actors who actually created that change, so people at home reading can see how change and progress really is made. I think that's a huge responsibility of climate journalists too, and something we should do more of, that I should certainly do more of.
Yeah, well, I'm going to just jump in since there are a few seconds left to say what I would love to see is a story that talks about all of the wasted carbon. If you look at the congressional delegations, including many Republicans who have flown all the way around the world with a whole staff so they can sit there and protect natural gas interests from the United States and call it, because they care about climate change, it's offensive, and it's just terrible, and it's not been reported enough, and it is, of course, not your fault, but something that is, driving my interest in our being able to talk about climate change right here in Washington, D.C. So thank you very much for both of you for participating, and let's thank our speakers.
Thank you.
In our next and last panel for today, we will delve into the critical intersection of energy transition and social equity. Join us as we explore how to foster a transition to sustainable energy that not only combats climate change, but also upholds principles of justice, inclusivity, and fairness. And for this panel, I will be joined by Ebony Martin, Executive Director at Greenpeace United States, Phil Kangas, the Director of Outreach and Business Development at U.S. Department of Energy Loan Programs Office, and Ryan Norman, the Senior Policy Advisory of Energy and Climate at the Third Way. Thank you all so much for being here. So we'll dive right in. Ebony, what does a just transition mean for you, and why is it important?
Well, I think a just transition means that we are putting people at the center.
And I think oftentimes when we talk about climate, we often focus on the actual planet and forget about the people that are impacted. So in a just transition, what we have to do is center those workers and communities that have been intertwined with the oil and gas industry, and ensuring that we have created the safety nets and all of the support that they need as we move to clean and renewable energy. And so this looks at a variety of different things, including ensuring that we're providing training, that we are providing also other social safety nets, making sure we're giving tax-based benefits so that we're having educational programs, and also providing those communities that have had pollution raging because that's where the fossil fuel infrastructure is set up, making sure that we're giving them the money that they need and the resources that they need to also clean up after we shut down these facilities. And also the healthcare. That's also a very important part. And if we look at what happened with the coal transition in many organizations or many companies, not everywhere, but some of the companies, we learn very valuable lessons where we see a lot of the executives got gold parachutes while the coal workers were left with no benefits, were left with no health care and black lung, and had many of their pensions cut. And we just can't afford to have that happen again. So just transition means that we are putting people at the center, and it's actually not an option, it's a moral imperative that we have to do.
And it's not just about the transition forward, but about cleaning up and making sure we
Yes.
bring those people with us. Thank you. And this kind of feeds into what you're doing, Phil. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your work at the Loan Programs Office? What is LPO doing to help transform communities that have previously been dependent on income from fossil fuels?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and thanks for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. And I'll say that I'm so excited to represent the Loan Programs Office. My role in outreach and business development is really to find those applicants that are ready to bring clean technology to market, but also to work with them to make sure that they comply with all of the policies and the programs that the government has put in place, and really the controls to make sure that those communities are not left behind. And so a big part of what we've done in the Loan Programs Office is, we're bringing the full financial backing of the federal government to that private sector leadership, but with that commitment comes also an eye towards the community benefits plans, and using that as an enforcement tool to make sure that those communities, as you said, are part of the equation. And that's ultimately, kind of a good business decision, because we want to see that those laborers that the labor market is sustainable, that we have an investment in jobs, that we have an investment in the environment. And so that's a big part of where we focus in the Loan Programs Office, and love to talk more about that with you.
So just a question, have you seen, I feel like there's a lot of pushback from these communities for the transition because they rely on these incomes. If their needs are met in a better way, do you think there would be more support from them to actually transition to a more clean energy?
Yeah, that's right. I feel like none of the investments that we're making need to be without the full collaboration with the communities that they're impacting. And so those discussions and those dialogues, when you're talking about coming into a community to actually repurpose or redesign or reinvest in an aged coal plant, and you're going to turn that into a renewable asset, there's a huge opportunity there for not just cleaner air, cleaner water, but also better skills, enhanced skills, and longer term sustained security.
Yeah.
Financial security for those communities.
Thank you. Ryan, you're a senior policy advisor for climate and energy at Third Way. Can you talk to us about how investments in the transition to clean energy not only creates cleaner air, like we just said, but also millions of new jobs? Where are those jobs ending up?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks again for having me. Always happy to join the conversation. And, I think when you're looking at the nexus of where the jobs are going, you have to look at the approach that the Biden administration has taken towards some of this landmark, what we call climate and energy legislation, right? So within the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, to get funding from any of those programs, you're required to do what Phil mentioned was the community benefits plan. That means that anybody coming to the government to access some of these funds to do, whether it's carbon management or battery projects, whatever it is, really has to think about and articulate in that proposal, how that is going to benefit a community, whether that is some sort of long-term impact, whether that is just the temporary creation of jobs. You have to really think about it and map it all out. So what we're seeing, though, is that if you look at all of these different projects, even just going back towards some of the things that we've done in 2020, I spent a lot of time working in the nuclear energy space and thinking about some of those projects. And I think there's really good examples there. For example, looking at what some of the folks are doing in Wyoming, and I'm happy to talk more about that later, and how the communities are actually inviting and really embracing new projects. I mean, there's a lot to break down there, but I mean, when you're talking about the overarching landscape of clean energy infrastructure, clean energy jobs, and the clean energy transition, I agree with everything everyone else is saying, but these jobs are going into all of these different fields, and we have a lot of projects that have been put together and are waiting to be put out into the field. And we're talking about, hundreds and thousands of permanent jobs, but also just looking at the construction phase and what that does for a community in the period of transition. Say you have a coal plant that's retiring, there's a really notable impact there too. So they're across the board, and they're in industries, clean energy industries that you think of front of mind, but also the ones that you might even think of as back of mind.
So if someone is right now looking into choosing a career path and educating themselves, do you feel confident to say that this is something they can be focusing on? Like, do you have an example of this career will be needed in the near future?
I think what you're seeing, it's a great question. So I think what you're seeing a lot is a focus on kind of these, skilled trade jobs that are really cross-sectional. I think when we think about what is the clean energy workforce like, there's a lot of interplay between different, between the workforce and different sort of technology zones, whether you're going to do solar, whether you're working on a battery storage, whatever it is, right? What you're seeing is a huge need for folks who are going to be working in trade, and those are, great opportunities for employment, and will continue to be great opportunities for employment throughout the industry. At a certain point in time, you get into kind of some of these tech-specific jobs, which would not necessarily exist in another facility. You're not going to need a reactor systems operator in a solar facility, right? That just doesn't exist. But I definitely think that looking into the clean energy workforce, not just on the side of the government and the industry in terms of putting together these hundreds of thousands of projects, but also looking at the clean energy workforce cross-cutting, wide range of opportunities, and we'll encourage people to investigate it.
Good to know. Ebony, are we on track to achieving a just energy transition? And if we're not, what are we missing?
No, we're not on track. That's why we're here today.
That's why we're here.
That's why folks are flying to COP. We're not on track nationally or globally. And, the science is clear. The number one way that we can get on track is to phase out oil and gas production. That's the number one driver of the climate crisis. And until we really get serious about that, we won't be on track. I think the other areas that we need to also focus on is ensuring the transition to clean energy as well, that we are transitioning these jobs into union paying jobs, and ensuring that the workers are protected, and that we are taking care of folks and doing what is equitable, and also recognizing certain communities that are on the front line and that are being impacted. We see this in the global South. We also see this here in our country. We have 17 million Americans that are within a 5-mile radius of an oil and gas plant. And that is not putting us on the trajectory towards green energy. But we have everything that we need. And what we need right now is for people to unite. We have the technology, we know what we need to do, and we actually have the power. But we have oil and gas executives and also government officials who want to line their pockets instead of taking care of communities. And what we need to do is say, actually, no, you all work for us, and we aren't worried about you lining your pockets, but we're more concerned with us having clean air and clean water. And so what we are here today gathered for. And what I know the panels earlier were about activism and really going into action, taking action and demanding that these officials and these executives put the communities first, put us first, and that is what will put us on the trajectory.
I was just going to ask, so if someone who's listening in, who feels frustrated and anxious about, about the fact that we're not on track, and they wonder what they can do, you're saying, like, speaking to their representatives, voting, like, what is the most impactful thing that someone can show
There
up
are
for this?
so many things, and I think we often can stay in a space of despair, but we have to have hope. And the best way to have hope is to take that action. And so there are many things that we can do. Our democracy should be one of the best tools that we have to protect our climate. And so that means that we need to elect climate champions, those that put our communities first. That also means that we have to get out and talk about the issues. That's one of the best ways that we can start to inform people. I think a lot of times, for instance, I didn't know why my son had asthma. No one told me until I took him to the doctor, and she says, well, it's because of the environment you live in.
Wow.
And so just having those discussions, those conversations, making people aware, once you start to have that, then you can start the next step in starting to take action. And there are so many ways that you can do that.
Yeah, thank you. Phil, what role does the loan office play in providing financing to projects that might not otherwise be financed? Can you give some examples of projects that your office has been helping with?
Yeah, thanks. And if I could just take a minute on the loan programs office. So what we exist because there are projects that cannot get financing, that cannot get debt, access to debt. Often our projects have been funded with private capital, but they don't yet have the ability to move across what we call the bridge to bankability, actually to get a proven technology to market. So our office doesn't take technology risk, we take market risk. And a big part of taking market risk is doing that thoughtfully. And we are stewards of taxpayer dollars. We're stewards of the energy future. And so part of that is making sure that as we're thinking about the risks that any project will have, that we're not just looking at, are there offtake agreements? Is the technology proven? Is there a path towards a reasonable prospect of repayment? But is there a sustained approach to actually engaging a workforce that'll be there and will be present, today, tomorrow, and in the future? And I think a big part of the community benefits plans enable that long-term view, which is so important. And you're absolutely right. It's creating a model where those employees aren't just here for today, but that they have an equity in the investment. And we saw a great example of that recently outside of Pittsburgh with EOS. EOS is a recent loan awardee. They they have a utility-scale battery manufacturing plant that has just gone in. And there was a great article that just came out last week about the effects of their community benefits engagement, their community action plans. And what part of that is to not just create union jobs, but also to give equity to those employees, to hire locally, to hire with a diverse workforce in mind, so that workforce is from the community and that it looks like the community that it surrounds. I feel like that kind of investment is really a great example of how we want the energy future to look, and to thoughtfully be making those investments. We don't choose the applicants that come to our office, but we do hold all of those applicants to a set of high standards for what an award will look like.
Do you have one example that stands out of a company that you're like, this is so exciting to help fund?
So EOS certainly. Another one is coming back to nuclear. We made an investment in one of the first nuclear power plants in a generation with Vogtle outside of Georgia. And the apprenticeship programs that they've created there, the real opportunities for folks in that community are such that, we've heard stories that just warm the heart, for people that have not had the ability to see a future for themselves in that geography, that now have a place to stay, to really be part of that community, for their children and their grandchildren. And, in addition to getting all the additional benefits of, again, access to cleaner air, cleaner water. So those are really impactful.
What keeps coming back to me is that true sustainability is intersectional in all sorts of ways, and generational, intersectionality and, and community, it all comes back to bringing all those ties together and realizing this is one, not fight, but one journey, and we have to look at all those lenses at the same time. And since you brought up nuclear, I will bring this question next to you, Ryan, because you've done a lot of writing on nuclear and its role in the transition to a society powered by clean energy. Historically, nuclear has been a pretty controversial source of energy and has quite a bit of pushback. So can you talk to us about the role that you believe that nuclear can play in ensuring a just energy transition?
So I think it's a great question. I think it's probably two-pronged. So the first prong is recognizing that moving to nuclear energy, and there's different types of nuclear facilities, large facilities, and I spend a lot of time talking about advanced nuclear, new nuclear technology. Moving in this direction can offer the same great benefits, in some places, greater sort of benefits in terms of, the job opportunities and the quality of pay, as other renewable clean energy projects, right? So there's a lot of opportunity here, and we're talking about clean energy. The real impact that we want to think about and focus on is how do you transition in a way that you're making sure that you either maintain or enhance quality of life, right? You want to make sure that for these communities that have historically been powered and not just from the grid, but also economically powered by working in oil and coal and gas, that when those facilities retire, that they have an opportunity to keep providing for their families, and they have an opportunity to either move into a different job and still have some opportunity there. I think you get to see those same stories there. So jumping back to where Phil was for a moment, I mentioned in Kemmerer, Wyoming, there's a company out there called TerraPower that is building an advanced reactor out there near the site of what is a retiring coal plant. So in that process, they're doing a lot of engagement with the community to make sure that there is maintenance and, you're empowering the community and the quality of life there. That means that there's people on top of making sure you touch base with the tribes, early engagement to make sure that the community understands what the risks that could be associated with a nuclear power plant are, what the licensing process is, understand what the benefits of having that community come in are, not just in terms of jobs, but also long-term commitments that the community is going to make to improving the infrastructure of the facility, but also the risks that come along with a large-scale construction project that is going to create, over 1,500 temporary jobs, and it's going to create something close to 250 to 300 permanent jobs that are going to cycle off from that facility. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and that's kind of like the first tranche, is recognizing that all that value is there. The second piece that I will say in terms of, where can nuclear energy be controversial is I think you have to understand where the evolution of knowledge has come over the years in terms of nuclear energy. We've been at this for a long time, not quite 100 years, but we started building power plants in the 50s. We've really gotten at it to this point, and the innovators in this country who have led, large-scale commercial nuclear technology are continuing to move through and face in new enhancements of the technology that make it, safer than ever, make it more versatile than ever, and make it part of a reliable grid system. So understanding that means that you understand that the role it plays in a reliable power system, meaning that you have constant energy available to the communities. And that is something that's really important. We've seen that not just in the United States, and just sort of making sure that our grids are able to meet long-term scale power demands from new infrastructure, things like data centers and other things that we want to build. But also looking, across the sea to our allies and looking at how some of the geopolitical conditions that you can't necessarily account for can impact your energy security. And you think, wow, that's why I need a diverse set of resources on my grid to make sure that I have access to power when we need to, and our friends have access to power. So you got to think about it holistically, and that's often what I try to convey.
Yeah, thank you. It's easy to get stuck in the history of we have claimed that to be a bad guy, so it's going to remain a bad guy. And then we forget that to have a just and successful transition to renewable energy, we need to be able to rely on this source. And solar and wind is not always reliable, right? And so, and at the same time, we're building a world that's more and more reliant on energy, like just AI and all the computer systems that's going to fuel that. And so, thank you for bringing up the point, both of you, that nuclear could and maybe should be an important part in this transition.
Yeah, and I guess I would just also add to that, there's geographic contextual context to this as well, right? Because you can't put at least to the same as standards of efficiency. You can't put solar power anywhere you want. You can't put wind power wherever you want. You can oversaturate in some places there are land uses. So the thing that you have to also think about is making sure that there are enough clean energy options available to people so that the communities can then make the decisions on what kind of energy that they want.
Yeah, thank you. Ebony, another aspect of just transition is all the raw materials that are required to build batteries, wind turbines, electric engines, etc. So how do we ensure that the processing and mining of these materials is also just?
Yeah, that's an area that Greenpeace actually focuses on in terms of deep sea mining and trying to stop that industry. But I think, first of all, what we need to do is look at recycling and repurposing also in the minerals in the batteries to make sure that we're creating a circular economy so that things aren't going to waste, but that we are figuring out ways to repurpose them and use them again. This also means that we have to kind of double down on the technology and innovation around batteries and their efficiency and how long we're able to use them, what we're able to use them for, what communities, as my panelists have spoken to, because every form of energy isn't necessarily good for every community. And then I'm also thinking through, and like I said, ensuring that we are protecting the land. And so that means it's respecting indigenous rights and their lands and making sure that we aren't harming. That means also protecting other ecological and ecosystems that are critical, and that includes rainforests, that also includes the ocean floors, and just making sure that we are doing things in a sustainable way, because what we can do is cause more harm. And while we're saying we're doing something good, but then what we've done is created a mess on both ends. So it's very important that whatever solutions we come up with, they're done in a sustainable way and in a way that doesn't cause harm.
Right. I've said that we need to tone down the urgency on climate change, and it was supposed to be provocative. People got very provoked. Thank you. Late in the day. It doesn't sound right. But it's what I mean by it is that we can't just rush into the next thing. Like, let's just, pull up solar panels everywhere, and let's just create all the batteries we need, and then we're onto a just transition. That is not a just transition, because we also need to include the rights of nature and indigenous tribes and the people that may not be in this room or listening into this. So thank you so much for pointing out that we have to kind of take steady steps forward and really think about every aspect of the matter before we just rush into the next thing. Phil, we've heard a lot about the IRA in recent years, or in the recent year. How has the passing of the IRA impacted your work?
I mean, it's been transformational, really. I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act has expanded and deepened our authorities. So we have a number of programs that we administer in the Loan Programs Office. Our Advanced Technology Manufacturing Program had a really significant broadening of its mission to include not just vehicle manufacturing, but also automotive, airplane, ships, other forms of transportation. Under Title 17, which is our Energy Innovation and Supply Chain program, there was a new program, 1706, that was funded at $250 billion of lending authority. And meaningfully, we no longer in that program have to show innovation. So that's for energy infrastructure reinvestment. That creates a huge amount of opportunity for us to actually go into communities, take aged infrastructure, and actually make positive change. And in our tribal program, which is also really critical to how we're serving communities that are really most in need for access to energy transition, we increased our lending authority from $2 to $20 billion. Wow. So a lot of new activity, a lot of energy, not to use the pun, in the office because of the IRA and because of what we've seen with the CHIPS and Science Act and bill, but certainly IRA has really supercharged the office.
That's so encouraging to hear. Thank you so much. Okay, we're kind of sort of closing into the end here, but we have one more question for you, Ryan. In the past year, we've seen energy and gas prices spike, and some groups have tried to blame this on clean energy and not being able to provide enough reliable energy, like we just talked about. What's your view on this, and can clean energy sources provide all the energy we need to power our economy? Big question.
Well, I guess I'm sort of trying to think. It's an interesting presumption to me, because we're making more clean energy now in the United States than we ever have. I don't have the data from this year, but certainly last year it was something like over 20%, and I believe something like over 50% of all new utility scale capacity was renewables. I would imagine that if you look at this past year in 2023, with the additional capacity that was added in Georgia for the Vogel project, it's going to be something like over 60% of new clean energy capacity added to the grid. So I guess I would argue a little bit with the perception that somebody would have that where clean energy isn't necessarily available. I'm not sure I've seen those same trends. When it comes down to clean energy and can it provide all the energy we need, the answer is absolutely yes. It's just a matter of when. There's a couple of different challenges that we're dealing with right now. Number one, we do have to focus on the deployment piece, though we should not be entirely focused on the deployment piece. How do we actually get new clean energy projects done, connected to the grid, producing power sustainably, right? That is a real challenge right now. When we're talking about something, you always hear this number, 2 terawatts, just means over 2,000 gigawatts. A lot of power, potential capacity for renewable projects specifically, is just sitting in what's called the interconnection queue, meaning it cannot actually get approved to be added to the grid. So that's a huge congestion point. So there's no shortage of enthusiasm. There's no shortage of people trying to put these projects together. It's not like the industry is sluggish. It's there's things that we need to do to make sure that we can actually deploy clean energy there. So fixing those problems, those bottlenecks, is going to be really important to make sure that it does not take 5, 7, or longer years to put new power on the grid, and we are not deferring the transition further down the road. The second piece is what do we want it to look like? And like I said, I focus a lot on making sure that the conversation is holistic and thinking about, hey, clean energy options need to be equitable across the board in terms of kind of how we're approaching them. And that's one of the great successes, I think, of the Inflation Reduction Act, is that it created clean energy tax credits, production tax credit, and investment tax credit, which went to any non-fossil fuel producing project, basically. Those are the types of incentives that say, hey, we want to cut emissions, let's get it done, and that's the approach that you take. And then regionally speaking, we're going to have to think about what sort of investments and what sort of tools need to go to make sure that we can employ the types of technology we need to make sure the grid is stable, and then make sure that there continues to be local opportunities for those communities that are based there, whether that is energy communities that are going to be transitioning, whether it's other types of communities who favor different types of power or have a history of one type of power and others. So again, the opportunity is there, the data is there. It's just a matter of the things that we need to do. Can we actually push them across the finish line to make sure it happens in the time that we said we want it to be?
I think also remembering that no matter how successful we are, some people will always push back and say it's because of renewables, it's because of this new green whatever that we're seeing. Like someone will always find reasons to blame this work, right, or this journey. And so I think it just comes back to communication and bringing in all these different aspects and like showing people that by transitioning, they can be more jobs, they can be a cleaner air, there could be a better, just environments for communities at large. And so like learning how to really intersect this work into everything that we do, I think will help more people get on board and help push the transition in the right direction. Thank you. I've learned so much in just this short panel. So thank you so much for your work and your passion. And we're out. So I'll send you home and go on with your important work and hope to see you here and we can celebrate more wins in the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Wow, it's been quite a day here at the American University in DC. And last but not least, I would love to introduce the Acting Provost and Chief Academic Officer of the American University, Vicki Wilkins. Welcome to stage.
We're switching. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to be with you, and I want to send my gratitude and thanks to everyone who participated today, but also to the School of International Service, the Center for Environment, Community, and Equity, and We Don't Have Time for hosting this fantastic day on this critical topic. I've only been here a little while this afternoon, and already I saw so much. I heard about jobs and then climate change, about the role of media and the storytelling that needs to be done around these issues, around the intersection between climate transitions and social equity. So it's been a very fruitful day in these conversations, and I'm just proud to have had it here at American University. This is something that AU is very committed to. We're committed to bringing together leaders in these fields for conversations to move forward policy and real action in the world. And we're also committed to making sure that we live our values in some great research. We also want to be part of this convening and part of people coming together to move forward. So thank you for joining us today. We appreciate your time and look forward to convening with you sometime in the future. Anne?
Thank you. Yeah, and again, thank you everyone for tuning in today. It's been a really awesome day with so many interesting topics, and I'm walking home with a lot more insights. We talked about careers in climate, what it looks like to really infiltrate our passion into the jobs that we're taking on. We talked about transition to renewable energies. We've talked about storytelling. There's so much, so I hope that you have been tuning in, and we will continue this broadcast for another 5 days, so please continue to show up at the COP28 Climate Hub with We Don't Have Time. And thank you, American University, for hosting us today. It has been fun and a true pleasure. Thank you, Vicki.
Thank you.
Thank you.